Ladies and gentlemen, as we are to begin with our plenary session, may I ask all the participants to now take their seats. Please take your seats as we will be beginning the plenary session 2 here at 2021 SDD. We're providing simultaneous interpretation along the way. Please fix the receivers to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. And those who are joining us from online, please click to the language that you wish to listen to through our YouTube channel, Ministry of National Defense, Republic of Korea. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the plenary session number 2. Well, as things are rapidly changing all around the world, it is now time for us to discuss how we can stabilize the region and beyond. So here in plenary session number 2, we will be discussing the regional stability in rapidly changing global security environment. As the moderator, Dean Lee Seung of Graduate School of International Studies at Korea University will be joining us. And also as the distinguished panelists, we have the Deputy Minister Marcin Ociepa, the Secretary of State, Ministry of National Defense, Republic of Poland. And also we have the Ambassador Nguyen Tung of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam to the Republic of Korea. And we also have Ambassador Joep of Netherlands to the Republic of Korea. We also will be joined by the panelists from online as well. And in order to lead the session, let me now pass on the mic to our moderator.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second plenary session of Seoul Defense Dialogue 2021. My name is Jason Lee, Dean of Graduate School of International Studies at Korea University. I'm privileged to moderate today's plenary session. Over the past years, we have witnessed a series of security threats ranging from traditional military conflict to non-traditional security crisis. Many issues are not just country-specific. The issues such as climate change, natural disaster, pandemic, cybersecurity, international crime, and refugees and human securities are global and regional agenda that require transnational responses. This plenary session deals with regional stability and cooperation in this rapidly changing international security context. The Asia-Pacific has long been a key area of international security. In recent years, however, the geopolitical boundary of the Asia-Pacific has expanded. The Indo-Pacific has emerged as a new buzzword in international relations. Beyond the Asian countries, the European Union, France, Germany, and the Netherlands have shown keen interest in this region. Now, we are witnessing an enlarged geopolitical space of the Asia-Indo-Pacific with a growing number of stakeholders. In the Eurasian continent, China's Belt and Road Initiative, EU's connectivity strategies, and a growing number of unilateral and multilateral cooperations are creating a multiple layer of cooperation and competition. In the meantime, the advancement of online nexus is changing the traditional notion of geographical space. More and more countries are getting connected via offline and online network. The future security architecture should incorporate this changing nature of regional and multilateral relations. With that, this session will discuss ways to establish peace and stability in the Asia-Pacific, as well as the Indo-Pacific and the Eurasian continent amidst intensifying US-China competition and emerging non-traditional security threats. I'm thrilled to have great speakers in this panel. The panelists were already briefly introduced. So without further ado, I will start the presentation and discussion. First, I will ask the panelists for a brief keynote speech. Each panel will have 5 minutes to address the key message on the regional security. Regarding the sequence, I have one suggestion. Two of our participants, Mr. Mark Lambert of the United States, Assistant Secretary in the State Department, could not end our Dutch participant, Joep Wijnands, Director General of Policy of the Ministry of Defense, could not participate real time and sent us video messages. So we will watch those 2 video messages first, and then I will invite the panels on the podium. First Poland, and then Vietnam, and then I will move to the online participant. So if that sequence will be acceptable for the participant, then let's proceed with the 2 video presentations. So shall we start?
Hello, I'm Mark Lambert, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Japan and Korea here at the U.S. State Department. While I regret that I cannot join you in person, I'm thankful for the chance to take part in such an excellent event. I'd like in particular to thank Vice Minister of National Defense Pak Jiamin and his team for organizing this year's dialogue. It's an honor to speak with you today on a topic that could not be more pressing. As practitioners of defense and diplomacy, it's our responsibility to identify emerging threats and challenges to regional stability and to figure out how to address them. And so I'm grateful for this panel, and especially that it will have such strong participants and the excellent Dean Lee Jae-sung of Korea University moderating it. First, a word on how the United States sees the Indo-Pacific. As Vice President Harris said during her recent visit to Singapore, the United States has both enduring interests in and enduring commitments to the Indo-Pacific. Our approach rests on ensuring the openness, interconnectedness, resilience, and security of the region for ourselves and our allies and partners. These are the priorities which form the basis of our approach to this region, which accounts for nearly 2/3 of the world's population, 60% of global GDP, and 50% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. Here in the Indo-Pacific, the challenges are real and at times daunting, but they're really no different from what we are currently facing elsewhere in the world. We can organize these challenges into 3 general categories. The first category is traditional security challenges. The United States will continue stressing its opposition to all activities that undermine, destabilize, or threaten the rules-based international order. We will regularly affirm the need to maintain an inclusive, free, and open Indo-Pacific, and we will prioritize the importance of maintaining peace and stability, lawful unimpeded commerce, and respect for international law, including freedom of navigation and overflight in the South China Sea and beyond. A second category is comprised of the technology and information challenges that threaten our collective security. These include the disinformation campaigns and corruption that fuel distrust in democracies, as well as cyber attacks that target our critical infrastructure and are used to steal intellectual property. Emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and 5G have great potential to advance innovation and bring many benefits, but we must ensure that they are developed and deployed in a responsible manner that respects our shared democratic values and human rights. And the final category includes emergent crises like climate change and COVID-19. These are urgent issues that affect all governments and peoples and which require a shared commitment to transparency and action. Higher temperatures, rising sea levels, and increasingly extreme weather affect everything from military readiness to human migration patterns to food security. As the COVID-19 pandemic has made abundantly clear, our health security is part and parcel of our efforts to promote and maintain regional security. I'd like to add a word about the U.S.-China relationship. President Biden has made it clear that we do not seek conflict with Beijing and that we welcome competition with it. As Vice President Harris said during her trip to Singapore, our engagement in Southeast Asia and the Indo-Pacific is not targeted against any one country, nor is it designed to make anyone choose between countries. Rather, our engagement is intended to advance the positive vision we have regarding our participation and partnership in the region, and our economic vision is a critical part of that. We strongly support and seek to defend the rules-based order that has enabled the Indo-Pacific's remarkable economic growth and will allow it to continue. How do we address these challenges? For the United States, we have made clear our commitment to our alliances and our partnerships, as well as the shared values that sustain them, including the democratic values of free speech, a free press, transparency, and clean government. This requires reaffirming those values and the foundation of international relations we are striving to protect, a free and open, rules-based order. We are also broadening our alliances and partnerships. That begins with improving military capabilities and readiness in a way that respects human rights, along with broadening our capacity to address threats in the economic, technological, and informational realms. We can't just be reactive in addressing security and environmental challenges. We must take a proactive approach. In closing, in the interest of global peace and prosperity, the United States believes we must expand international cooperation to address the most pressing challenges that face us today, and especially climate change and COVID-19. This means we must work together with a wide array of like-minded allies and partners, including in multilateral fora. We must build broader coalitions. We are bringing together our allies and partners because the more we coordinate our complementary strengths, the more we can unite to achieve shared goals and the shared vision of a free, open, inclusive, and healthy Indo-Pacific, unconstrained by coercion and anchored by democratic values. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lambert, for the message. And next, we will watch the video message of Wijnands, Director General of Policy of the Ministry of Defense from the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Dear Chairman Lee and fellow panel members, thank you for allowing me to discuss the regional stability in the Indo-Pacific with you today at this distinguished multilateral Seoul Defense Dialogue Forum. Before I start, I would like to thank the Korean authorities and Korean people for the warm welcome they offered to the Dutch frigate Evertson's recent visit to the city of Busan at the beginning of this month. This year, we celebrate 60 years of strong political and economic connections between the Republic of Korea and the Netherlands. A strong military relationship that was established during the Korean War. In fact, a ship named Evertson participated in the UN mission in the early 1950s. This historical connection made the visit of the present Dutch frigate Evertson as part of the UK carrier strike group even more special. I would like to use this opportunity to use my video link participation to elaborate on the Dutch perspective on stability in the Indo-Pacific. The Netherlands has been an active instigator for an engaged European approach to the Indo-Pacific. Together with Germany and France, we set out a broader vision for the Indo-Pacific. The Dutch Indo-Pacific Guidelines, released in November 2020, reflect the evolving Dutch international outlook and the further operationalization of the EU Indo-Pacific strategy. Focusing on the theme of the panel, regional stability in the rapidly changing global security environment, I would like to mention first of all how the Netherlands sees regional stability, followed by a short analysis of the threats to this regional stability, and ending by how the Netherlands envisions to counter these threats. In other words, aim, threat, solution. Regional stability in the rapidly changing global security environment. To the Netherlands means the need for multilateralism and an emphasis on respect for rule of law, democratic rights, and fundamental freedoms. Nations should be able to make independent strategic decisions without being forced into a binary choice between security and trade. In the Indo-Pacific region, insecurity and tensions are rising. The region faces multiple traditional security threats related to territorial integrity, as well as upcoming non-traditional security threats in the field of climate change, cybersecurity, migration, piracy, and the COVID health crisis. Increased great power competition in the region has spilled over to the security domain in two ways. Firstly, increased military presence in the region creates heightened tensions. The likelihood of unforeseen accidents and misinterpretations increases. At the same time, formerly non-security domains have become securitized, especially in the economic realm, but also, for example, health. Think of the face mask and vaccine diplomacy. And as a consequence, nations feel they need to protect themselves against the forces of the great power competition to make a binary decision between security or trade. The Netherlands is a strong proponent of multilateralism to counter these threats against the free and open way of life. It should never be seen as a given or as something that is easily guaranteed. Example of concrete Dutch engagement in the region to protect the regional stability are the current maritime presence of Evertsen, the Dutch engagement in the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, the Anti-Piracy and Crime Organization for the Strait of Malacca, and our efforts in promoting a safe and rule-based cyberspace and the maritime rule of law via co-organizing seminars and working together in international bodies regarding these topics. To achieve this safeguard, small and middle power countries need to be able to make independent strategic decisions. The Netherlands and the EU seek enhanced cooperation with all countries in the Indo-Pacific, in particular with nations that share the ideals of open, liberal democracies, based on the strong conviction that multilateral cooperation provides a third way alongside the two competing powers of the United States of America and China that helps create more space for political maneuvering for states. At the same time, multilateralism creates also strength by numbers through cooperation of especially middle powers such as the Republic of Korea, Japan, and the Netherlands. Cooperation in the Indo-Pacific region is more likely to be successful in the domain of non-traditional security threats, based on our premise that cooperation is most effective in the region when based on convergent national vital interests. Acknowledging that a strong regional cooperation mechanism is still lacking focus on converging interests contributes to greater stability in the region. The Netherlands is a strong proponent of such forms of pluri- and multilateral frameworks, founded on the international rule of law. Dear Chairman Lee, fellow panel members, let me express my heartfelt appreciation to the Republic of Korea and the Seoul Defense Dialogue for inviting me to join this panel. It underlines the importance of dialogue and of exchange of ideas in order to understand each other better and make multilateralism work. As expressed in our special 2021 theme for 60 years diplomatic relations between the Republic of Korea and the Netherlands, we aim to co-create. The Netherlands and the EU would like to co-create with all in order to ensure our mutually strived, free and open way of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wijnands. One very interesting thing about this session is we do have a broad representation from the United States, from Asia, and also from the European side. So I think this session will be particularly pertinent to address a number of traditional and non-traditional issues, right? So once again, on the screen, I'm very happy to see three participants from online: Peter Jennings, and Shao Yuanming, and Yamato Taro. So once again, welcome to the session. And okay, so let's move to our on-site keynote presentation. First, I will invite Mr. Marcin Ociepa, Deputy Minister of State, Secretary of State, Ministry of National Defense of Poland.
Yes, thank you very much for your kind invitation to this distinguished forum, Seoul Defense Dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, Poland is a country of freedom and solidarity, a country tangled in the skins of the superpowers through the ages, which did not stop fighting for its sovereignty and security. The last one of these battles played out only more than 30 years ago. It was when Poland consciously chose the West, democracy, and the base human rights values, undoubtedly shared by Korean people and everyone gathered today in this room. Poland also made a commitment to maintain stability and security together in the global arena. The emergence of an informal but very visible global coalition of countries which value democracy, freedom, and unfettered economic cooperation invalidates the simplistic and already archaic division in the East and West. I am glad that in this new civilizational division, Poland stands hand in hand with the Republic of Korea. Our joint effort in the regional dimension is absolutely essential to put a barrier to the aggressive policies of authoritarian countries in the global dimension. Although I am honored to fulfill my duties in a country located in Central Europe, the security challenges in the Asia-Pacific region are not so different than the ones we face every day in Europe. Contrary to appearances, the geopolitical structure of our regions is not that disparate. These days, our immediate neighbor, Belarus, is contributing to destabilization of our region by executing the will of another, more powerful actor of international politics. We are a witness in the last days to hybrid aggression in the means of weaponizing people through the creation of a new path of illegal immigration to the EU through the Polish, Lithuanian, and Latvian border. Similar actions indicative of waging a hybrid war are still being observed in the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. Regrettably, the diplomatic solution of security problems in our regions, such as the Russia-Ukraine conflict, North Korea's nuclear and missile program, and territorial disputes in the Asia-Pacific region, still remains distant. In that circumstances, only deterrence and close cooperation of like-minded states may be the instrument that is able to efficiently discourage aggressive regimes. The broad spectrum of threats and challenges, from hybrid to potential high intensity, requires a broad spectrum response. Therefore, for Poland, it is of crucial importance to develop national defense capabilities, and we will increase our spending formidably, and to enhance the level of cooperation with our allies, especially within NATO and the EU. We make substantial investments to strengthen our defense potential in the last years, expanding the number of Polish armed forces personnel and undertaking ambitious modernization programs related to aviation, including F-35 aircraft procurement, air and missile defense, including Patriot system procurement, tanks, including Abrams procurement, artillery, including artillery rocket system and self-propelled howitzer acquisition, mechanized units, including a new generation of infantry fighting vehicle, C4 capabilities, and cyber defense. And this is just the beginning. We assess that similar principles drive Korean defense policy. At the same time, we believe that US presence in Europe with a purpose not to create a window of opportunity that may be used by Russia to escalate tension in our region, is important also for the Asia-Pacific region. As a result of domino effect, such crises may encourage escalation in Asia-Pacific simultaneously. The chain reaction may occur also in the opposite direction, from Pacific to Europe. Therefore, we are interested in US deterrence posture in Asia-Pacific as well. From that perspective, our interests remain entirely complementary. And we have a strong willingness to make Polish-Korean relations even closer and stronger. Thank you.
Dziękuję, Mr. Ociepa. The Poland might be a distant actor from the Korean side, but in terms of geopolitics, the history of geopolitics, and also in terms of multilateral cooperation, allies, structure, so these two countries will share lots of common challenges and common experience, and I hope the Korea-Poland relation will also cover the growing area of security ties and security challenges. Okay, next I will invite His Excellency Nguyen Tung, Ambassador of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam to the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chairman Lee. First of all, let me express my sincere thanks to the organizers for organizing this very important forum for us to talk about the security issues in the region, as well as the ways to improve the security landscape in our region and beyond. I think that this is my first attendance to this forum, and I would like to, in the remaining time of my my posting here, I would like to take part in the forum next time around. My presentation is the structures along with the two main lines. The first one is about the analysis of the security challenges in the region, and my second part of my presentation is about the solutions or the ways we can do together in order to ensure the security in the region. I have in mind 4 security challenges, and they are of both traditional and non-traditional natures. And I'm sure that the analysis that I am going to share with you almost overlapped with at least with the 3 presentations that were before me. The first challenge to the security of the region is the COVID-19. This is basically a matter of non-traditional security issue, and we know that there is a very close linkage between the non-traditional security issue and the traditional ones. The nature of the COVID-19 pandemic is that there is a danger from a public health crisis that would become a social, economic, and even political crisis because of the fact that the pandemic would create very big challenge for many countries in the region to overcome the matters caused by unemployment, disruption of supply chains, as well as the instability domestically. And we know that domestic problems that have the security dimension of that would become security issue for the region if they are not addressed in a proper way. Moreover, the economic development in the post-COVID-19 area would not be promising if we do not pay attention enough to the matter of inclusive and sustainable development. And if it is the case, the developmental gap between the regions in one country or the regions in the global setting would become another issue that would have the traditional security implications. Challenge number 2 is competition between the big powers, namely the United States and China. This competition has been mentioned in various forums, and I heard it again here today, and I think that we are having enough information to be worried about the intensification of this competition with the implications like following. One, it creates the tensions among in the relations between the powers concerned, and the worry. It is very worried that the miscalculation and unchecked or not very well checked or managed incidents can lead to the even open military conflict, even they are not desirable by anyone. Implication number 2 is the engagement and the commitment by the big powers in the regional issues, whether it is territorial dispute or the disputes over resources, and it elevates the bilateral or the regional level into a global and the one between the competing powers. And the implications, number 3 is that the competition between the big powers can cause difficulties in the process of seeking solutions to the ongoing regional issues. So I think that the big powers competition would create more security challenges for not only for themselves, but also for the other countries concerned. The security challenge number 3 is the existing, continuing or ongoing hotspots in the region. My fellow panelists have talked about South China Sea in East Asia. I also want to name more, like the issues in the Korean Peninsula, the East China Sea, even Myanmar, Taiwan, and Afghanistan. They are ongoing crises, they are ongoing security challenges that need to be taken care really well. With regard to the conflict, to the disputes in the South China Sea, we are all aware of the power politics at play with coercion, the disruption of the normal economic activities, as well as the disruption of the cooperation in a very in a very peaceful areas of cooperation, including environmental protection and protection of fish stock, for example. And challenge number 4 is climate change. A few years back, we thought that this is something like a challenge that is not in the distant future, but they are now real and very, very imminent, so that we have to take care of the climate change related issues really, really seriously. My second part is about how we can overcome the security challenges. Number 1 is coping effectively with COVID-19. And what we can do is to help the countries that are struggling with the pandemic, with more capacity building domestically to cope with that. And on the regional and global scale, we can help the countries with greater access to vaccine and more cooperation in terms of vaccine production and distribution on the regional scale. The second venue that we can do in order to promote, in order to secure the peaceful and cooperative environment in our region is the promotion of the respect of the rule of law. It is about the maintenance of the principles that are reflected in the international agreements, as well as in the procedures and the principles, working principles of the multilateral organizations, both at the regional and global scales. And closer to our region, I think the promotion of respect of the rule of law is very closely linked with the promotion of the centrality of ASEAN. We are familiar with the central role of ASEAN. And this central role of ASEAN can be reflected in at least 4 dimensions as follows. Number 1 is the role of ASEAN in managing the situation in Southeast Asia, managing the relations among the ASEAN members. And I think that the role of ASEAN in Southeast Asia can be seen in the fight against COVID-19, in stabilization of the Myanmar situation, as well as the management of territorial disputes between the members, based on the principles of consensus and non-interference in domestic affairs of the members. Secondly, the centrality role of ASEAN can be seen in the role of ASEAN in the management of the sub-regional matters, including the Mekong. So the countries directly involved in the issue can be building a common stance in order to promote relations among themselves and relations with the outside countries that are committed or wish to be engaged in the sub-regional matters. Number 3 is about the centrality role of ASEAN should be reflected more in the multilateral settings that ASEAN is leading, that include the AIF, the EAS, the ASEAN Plus 1, ASEAN Plus 3, ADMM, and ADMM Plus to be more relevant to our discussion today. And finally, ASEAN would be having a greater role to play in order to ensure the openness and inclusiveness in the multilateral arrangements that are in the making. What I really have in mind is the Indo-Pacific initiatives. And the Indo-Pacific initiative should take the ASEAN Indo-Pacific outlook more seriously in order to ensure openness and inclusiveness. At the bottom line, this is not only about the promotion of the ASEAN role, it is at the bottom line is the promotion of the rule of law, promotion of the multilateral diplomacy, which I think is a very good platform and venue to reduce the negative impact of the big powers competition, and at the same time promote the interest as well as the role of the small and medium powers. Solution number 3, according to my own opinion, is about the betterment of the management of the big powers relations. And the big powers, namely the US and China, would have a more role to play in managing their own relations by promoting dialogue and information exchange in order to create the predictability in their relations. 2 is maintain and create more mechanisms among themselves in order to manage the tension or manage the crisis that might happen, promote preventive diplomacy, especially in the bilateral relations and in the hotspots that are engaged in. Next is to support the multilateral institutions. And finally, I think our own countries would be more proactive in managing our own bilateral relations in order to make a stable and cooperative environment more pervasive in the region. And in that context, in my final remarks, I would share with you that Vietnam and Korea, based on our important relationship, would promote relations between our two countries more proactively, thinking in mind on not only our two countries' interests, but also that of the region. And next year, Vietnam and Korea would celebrate the 30th anniversary of the diplomatic relations between the two countries, and we plan to elevate the bilateral relations into a high level, contributing not only to our bilateral relations, but also to the region as well. And in the next 3 years, Vietnam would become the coordinator for Korea-ASEAN relations. And I think that on the regional level, our two countries are contributing more on the regional stability and security. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention and look forward to our Q&A section. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. You have made a very comprehensive the overview of the regional and the security and also multilateral security challenges, and also to some suggestion for the solution. Okay, so we will now move to the our online participant. Thanks for waiting. And I will first invite Mr. Peter Jennings, the Executive Director of Australian Strategic Policy Institute. So you have a floor for 5 minutes.
Professor Lee, thank you very much, and good afternoon, colleagues. It's good to see so many friends and colleagues in Seoul, and I'm sorry that I can't join you in person this year. My thanks to the Seoul Defence Dialogue for the invitation to speak to you, and I'd like to make some very brief opening remarks. The first of which is to say, in the last half decade, we have seen a significant deterioration in the security of the Indo-Pacific. And I would like to just very quickly list a number of those factors, some of which have emerged in the last half decade, others of which have been there for longer, but have become more acute in the last half decade. So consider the militarization of the South China Sea, a waterway of immense strategic importance really for the world, but certainly for the countries that surround the South China Sea. Secondly, the increasingly tense situation across the Straits of Taiwan, as well as in the East China Sea, as a result of the more aggressive use of PRC military power. Thirdly, the nuclear and missile activities of the DPRK. Fourthly, border clashes between the PRC and India. Number 5, the widespread use of offensive cyber hacking for intellectual property theft and espionage, a large volume of which is attributable openly to the PRC. Number 6, the arrival of Beijing's wolf warrior diplomacy and the use of economic coercion to try to deliver political effect, something my country has particularly experienced in the last 18 months or so. The other effect of wolf warrior diplomacy is it's generating a situation where it's impossible to talk with the PRC in ways that might help to reduce tensions. And the seventh security issue I would like to point to has been the increase of destructive covert influencing in the political systems of many countries, and what I would describe as elite capture in the part of small and vulnerable societies by major powers seeking to promote their political interests. Now, colleagues, of these 7 things which I have mentioned here, 6 are directly attributable to the policy choices of the PRC. And that leads me to conclude that it is very difficult to have regional security in a situation where one regional great power, China, is seeking to replace the existing regional security order with its own plan to dominate the region. So I think that what we face is a highly risky period of some years where we will see the risk of conflict becoming much higher. And I'm really thinking about a period of 0 to 5 years out. You might ask, how does this play into the question of climate change? I believe that climate change presents longer term, perhaps the most profound threat to global security. But if we're talking about the current situation out to a period of 5 years, perhaps 10, I think there are far more immediate security issues that we will have to countenance dealing with the changed behaviour of the People's Republic of China. The next point I'd like to make is to say that we also have to consider the position of the United States. Clearly, America is putting a much higher benchmark on its own involvement in the security of other parts of the world. I think America has left Afghanistan to some degree exhausted with the idea of being the burden carrier of global security. And so it's going to look to its friends and allies, particularly in the Indo-Pacific, to take on a much greater role of burden sharing. It's incumbent on America's allies, of which, of course, Australia is one and South Korea another, to think harder about how we engage the Biden administration to shape the most effective foreign policy for the region. Finally, I would like to make a point about deterrence. I think we all need to think harder about how we strengthen a deterrence framework in the region. For example, how do we influence Beijing's calculation of risk when Xi Jinping thinks about his options across the Straits of Taiwan? How do we think about strengthening extended nuclear deterrence and making the provision of extended nuclear deterrence by the United States more credible and more strongly connected to the conventional deterrence which America's allies can provide in the region? And finally, how do we work more effectively to, amongst like-minded coalitions, principally of the democratic countries in the Indo-Pacific, to strengthen deterrence? I think we can see that happening in the very rapid evolution of the Quad, for example, which is a welcome development. My final thought to share with you is simply to say that I think we also have to think harder about how we manage escalation and control. A number of speakers have expressed concerns about the risk of inadvertent clashes, perhaps leading to broader conflict. Clear communication with adversaries becomes an obviously important thing to do, but I think also something which we are seriously lacking right now when it comes to thinking about how we can stabilise the region. So that's, Mr. Chairman, 6 minutes of comments for you, not 5, but I'll stop now and I look forward to a question and answer session later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jennings. Indeed, we have a number of the security agenda ranging from like big power politics and also non-traditional the agenda and also terrorism in this region. But oftentimes in this kind of security discussion, all those issues will boil down to one question: how to prevent the escalation of tensions, either tensions from traditional threat or the tensions from non-traditional security threat. Okay, so now we will move to the Chinese participant, Mr. Shao Yuanming, Vice Chief, Joint Staff Department of China's Central Military Commission. So thanks for participating in this plenary session. So, Mr. Shao, the floor is yours.
尊敬的李在成院长，各位朋友，大家下午好。很高兴出席第10届首尔防务对话，感谢主办方韩国国防部克服疫情的挑战，为此次会议所做的精心准备。多年来，对话会已经成为各国应对地区安全挑战、寻求合作共识的重要的多边平台，为促进亚太地区安全稳定发展发挥了积极的作用。相信在各方共同努力之下，会议一定会取得圆满成功。下面呢，我愿就会议的议题谈一谈中方的一些看法。当前，世界正处于大变化、大变革、大调整时期，新冠肺炎疫情全球大流行和世界100年未有之大变局相互影响，世界面临的不稳定性、不确定性非常突出。经济全球化遭遇了逆流，单边主义、保护主义、霸权主义对世界和平与发展构成了威胁。治理赤字、信任赤字、发展赤字、和平赤字有增无减。公共卫生、恐怖主义、气候变化、网络安全等非传统安全的威胁持续蔓延。我们处在一个挑战层出不穷、风险日益增。
Challenges and risks. Having said that, I still believe peace and development remain the themes of our times. The momentum of multipolarity, economic globalization, information society, and cultural diversity stays strong. Reform in the global governance system and transformation of the international order is accelerating. Countries are becoming more interconnected and interdependent, and the shift of global power has made our world less unbalanced. The trend towards peace and development is irreversible. Given the impact of all the underlying changes and the once-in-a-century pandemic, Asia now faces multiple security challenges. There are interwoven traditional and non-traditional security challenges, multiple hotspot issues, and more unstable and uncertain factors in Asia. Regional countries have to deal with economic downward pressures and prominent livelihood and social stability issues. When there is a challenge, there will be an opportunity. Countries in the Asia-Pacific need to put their focus on the region while also taking a world perspective. We should join hands with each other to overcome difficulties, seek common development, uphold true multilateralism, and promote the building of a community with a shared future for mankind. I want to share with you 5 points. First, we need unity to consolidate the defense against the pandemic. The current priority is strengthening vaccine cooperation to protect people's lives. China has assisted 460 million doses of vaccines to Asian countries and provided in total over 1 billion doses of vaccines and vaccine concentrates to more than 100 countries and international organizations. In August, President Xi Jinping announced that China will provide 2 billion vaccines to the world this year and donate $100 million to the COVAX to support developing countries. In the recent 13th BRICS summit, President Xi announced that in this year, China will, in addition, assisted 100 million doses of vaccines to developing countries. Therefore, while staying committed to building a global health community for all, China stands firmly opposed to any action that politicizing the use of vaccines and virus origin tracing. Second, we should protect sovereign equity and uphold international fairness and justice. China believes all countries are equal members of the international community. Big countries cannot bully the small ones. We must respect the rights of countries to choose their own social systems and development paths. Going with the trend towards peace and development and win-win cooperation, countries should participate in the decision-making of international affairs on an equal basis and have the same rights, opportunities, and rules. Third, we should double our efforts to communicate with each other. We need to abandon unilateralism and Cold War thinking, promote dialogue and consultation instead of confrontation and coercion, accommodate each other's concern, and properly manage differences and disputes. Big countries must play a key role in practicing multilateralism and should not separate countries into different groups nor counteract each other's efforts. Fourth, we must follow international rules and promote international rule of law. The authority and sanctity of multilateral vehicles and rules must be upheld. We should promote the rule of law in international relations, abide by universally recognized norms, and honor international agreements we sign into. International rules should be based on international law and made by all countries together rather than be the privilege of a small number of countries. We must oppose exceptionalism and double standards in international relations. Fifth, we need to pursue win-win cooperation and promote openness and inclusiveness. We should find more common interests and pursue common development in an open, cooperative, and win-win spirit. We have to consider both short-term and long-term interests. No country could seek its self-interest at the expense of world peace and sustainable development. In this respect, big countries should take the lead in providing global public security goods. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Shao Yuanming. And well, indeed, you have mentioned at the beginning of your remarks, certainly the challenges we are facing are also the basis for the opportunities for cooperation. And the point you have mentioned will also be discussed in forthcoming the Q&A session. So finally, we will move to our last keynote speech from Mr. Yamato Taro from the Ministry of Defense of Japan. And thanks once again for your patience. So Yamato-san, どうぞ.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Lee. Well, I didn't need any patience to listen to all these brilliant presentations. And let me first say I'm very honored to take part in this very distinguished forum. And thank you for the invite. The overarching theme of this session is regional stability. Oh, can you hear me? Mm-hmm. Am I audible? Okay. The overarching theme of this session is regional stability in rapidly changing global security environment. And your first key question refers to traditional and non-traditional security threats in the Indo-Pacific. So I would like to start by talking about changes as well as enduring features in today's international security environment. And during the course of my remarks, I will try to address the three key questions. First, let me take up interstate conflict, which remains the main culprit that endanger international peace and stability. Here, I use the term conflict rather loosely to encompass high-end armed conflict, as well as conflict, dispute, or even competition that obtains well below the threshold of shooting war. The character of interstate conflict, or the face of conflict, if you will, especially that of armed conflict, has been in constant change due to technological and societal changes. These changes include, but certainly not limited to, the Napoleonic levy en masse, shift from sail to steam, the industrialization of warfare, the rise of nationalism, the emergence of air power, combined arms, nuclear weapons, precision guidance, the birth of cyberspace, increasing access to and utilization of outer space. Well, you name it. While the character of interstate conflict continues to change, the nature of interstate conflict has not changed as much. Since the time immemorial, countries or similar entities have engaged in struggle with others over matters such as control over territorial spaces and people therein, natural resources, economic gains, influence, reputation, and differences in worldviews and even in the modes of governance, among others. And interstate conflict has always been, in essence, the contest of will. Feuding party strives to bend others' wills to its favor through violence and or more subtle means. In addition to the state-based threats that menace international peace and stability, there are threats of transnational nature. Some of them are very old and traditional, such as piracy and large-scale natural disasters. Some are relatively new and thus non-traditional, such as international terrorism, proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, and cyberspace disruptions. The Indo-Pacific is home to a range of interstate conflicts, disputes over traditional causes. And however of low intensity they are, you cannot completely discount the risk of these degenerating into hot war. The Indo-Pacific is also faced with a variety of transnational security threats that I enumerated. And there are threats that are of truly global nature, pandemics and climate change. And these threats certainly do not spare the Indo-Pacific. So the Indo-Pacific is faced with an array of security threats of various nature: interstate, transnational, global, traditional, and non-traditional. So this addresses the first part of the first key question. On the other hand, while I talk about threats, menace, we all know that the Indo-Pacific has become and will continue to be the heartbeat of world prosperity. So what is my country, Japan, doing to help the Indo-Pacific continue to prosper while keeping various security threats at bay? What regional order is Japan attempting to engender? Answers to this question relate to the second key question. The international order of the Indo-Pacific should be open, inclusive, and rules-based. The region should not become a place where the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must. Hence, Japan's free and open Indo-Pacific vision, or the FOIP vision. The FOIP vision aims to make the Indo-Pacific international public goods that are free and open. In order to achieve this end, Japan seeks to ensure rules-based order, maintain freedom of navigation and overflight, encourage peaceful settlement of disputes, and promote free trade. There are various efforts and initiatives under the FOIP vision, and these are very wide-ranging and of whole-of-government nature. We, the Ministry of Defense, Japanese Self-Defense Forces, play our part to fulfill the FOIP vision. For example, we leverage long-standing defense cooperation and defense exchange to ensure the stable use of sea lines of communication. We promote confidence building and mutual understanding with certain countries to manage differences and prevent inadvertent escalations. We also provide capacity building assistance to regional countries in areas such as humanitarian assistance, disaster relief. I believe these collaborative efforts in various areas serve to promote regional stability. The FOIP concept does not intend to create a new institution. nor does it intend to compete with existing institutions. Japan will cooperate with any partners who share the vision of FOIP. And there are, in fact, many countries whose vision and policy trajectory are finally aligned with the FOIP vision. Among them are the United States, Australia, ASEAN countries, India, and European countries such as the United Kingdom, France, and Germany. We will continue to promote cooperation with these partners. Recently, you increasingly see European navies in Indo-Pacific waters conducting various activities, including partner engagement. The most recent example is the visit of the British Carrier Strike Group to East Asia. On this occasion, Japan, the United Kingdom, the United States, the Netherlands, and Canada conducted an extensive and complex naval exercise named Pacific Crown 21. And later this year, Germany is planning to send a surface combatant to the Indo-Pacific. And these European nations are vocal in upholding rules-based international maritime order. And their presence in the Indo-Pacific serves exactly that objective. I think these welcome developments showcase the alignment and resonance of Japanese Indo-Pacific vision and European Indo-Pacific strategies. And I think this addresses the second key question. So I'm left with the latter part of the first question and the third. Will joint responses to non-traditional security threats contribute to regional stability? What cooperative measures can enhance stability in the Asia-Pacific region in the middle of the US-China competition? I think the bottom line is that you should cooperate on areas, issues where you can, be they traditional or non-traditional. With a country with whom you already have good relations, cooperation leads to more cooperation. With a country with whom you have many and serious differences, cooperation in one area does not necessarily alleviate differences in other areas. But I think we must remind ourselves that not all differences are created equal. Some may have better chance of short-term remedy if given a chance, while some may have much longer timeline to get solved. Cooperation generates trust, albeit slowly and incrementally, and trust matters. Trust brings you in a better position to easier to solve differences. Trust helps to manage more difficult differences so that they will not morph into something even worse. Again, I think trust counts, and we should believe in that. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Yamato. You have mentioned the various aspects, especially in the Pacific areas. Okay, so we have finished the keynote presentation. One good thing and one good news and one bad news. One good news is we had great the keynote remarks, so we are now a lot more knowledgeable. The bad news is somehow we have spent quite substantial amount of time in the very first round. So we have a very limited 20 minutes for the discussion. And somehow some presenters, some panelists actually made just the opening remark. And some actually addressed all the questions we have designed already. So let me put it this way. I don't think it will be a good idea to go over all those three questions. So when we organized this panel, we actually sent out the common key question such as what are the traditional and non-traditional security threats, the common threat in this region, and which area we can expect cooperation, and whether a joint response to non-traditional security threat will contribute to, and how those non-traditional security cooperation will contribute to the regional stability, and how that kind of initiative can survive in the midst of the US-China competition. And those were the common questions. And I, as far as I've heard, I have already, we already covered half of those questions. So let me put it let me proceed in this way, okay? So the short of time constraint is usual, especially in the security and defense sector. In the security matters, we have to make quick decision and we have to prioritize what is the most important thing and what is the most urgent thing. So I will proceed the Q&A session in this way. Okay, I will like simplify this question into these two questions. What is the most urgent threat in this region? Well, it can be a simple word. And what are the most promising area for regional and multilateral security issues? Okay, so that is my suggestion. But as announced, you have a choice to answer in your way. But anyway, I would greatly appreciate to limit your answer in 3 minutes. Okay, and I know and for those who actually made a very short remark may speak a little bit more. And those who think themselves spending enough time, very enlarged 5 minutes, may make a brief remark, a brief answer. But as far as I'm from academia also, usually the best answer and best grade will come from a well summarized, well organized, succinct answer that is usually for the A+, the side. So upon that note, I will start the Q&A session. So in first, I will follow the seating order. So I will ask Mr. Ociepa for the quick and the brief and strong and succinct answer for the future of security cooperation.
Can you repeat those two questions?
Okay, so it's simple.
What is the urgent?
What is most urgent, what is the most difficult thing to be handled? And what is the most, if we are implementing as the first step to enhance the measure. We talked about the long-term vision, but sometimes we do need some urgent action. So what is the most urgent thing, or what is the most promising thing for this regional security cooperation?
Yeah. I'll try to answer. Okay. I'm not representative of this region.
You can talk about what the question from the European, the point.
No, I think, like I mentioned, I think those challenges which we're trying to tackle during this discussion are common for many regions, not only in the Pacific, but also for the European Union. I think the most promising, I will start with from this second point. The most promising cooperation I see when it comes to cooperation on the field of fight with COVID-19. So pandemic, but wider health issues, because now we are talking about COVID-19, but we know that in the past we have to challenge many other pandemic or health issues from the other side. The most promising cooperation I see also on the field of technology, R&D, and also space exploration systems, space domain. And the last point, I want to mention the cybersecurity. All of those issues are common for all of regions, for like-minded states. And there's no border for, or distance, thousands of kilometers for cyber aggression or space systems. So this is, I think, the most promising domains for cooperation for this region and others. But for when we talk about urgent, they are similar, actually. And this is optimistic, because when we see the dynamics of developing technologies and cooperation on that field, we see that we have no time. When we talk about climate change,
when oxygen level is reducing, and we really think that what is the most urgent one. So I think that the COVID-19, in my own opinion, is very imminent, very urgent security issue, not only because of the prospects that it would be leading to the shooting wars, but it is really very close link to the following points. Point number one is the legitimacy of the ruling parties, of the government, existing government. Failing to address that, the government would fail, parties would lose the election. Failing to address the COVID-19 would lead to political instability as well as the social instability and disorder. And I think that we also feel a lot of difficulty caused by COVID-19. And I think we are all looking forward to the new normalcy when we can be acting normally without COVID-19 affecting the way it does. And the most most promising area for addressing for cooperation is also fighting the COVID-19 collectively. And I think that I quite agree with our Japanese panelists saying that cooperation is very important where it is possible, because cooperation would, one, help us to build the trust, and trust deficit is really a problem right now. And two, it creates the mechanism, the procedures for cooperation, and the procedures together with trust can be expanding into other areas where we have better trust, with each other, we can easily find more areas for cooperation. So in short, I would like to think that because of the most eminent, most urgent security issue, which is COVID-19, we also would promote cooperation in the fighting the COVID-19.
Okay, well, excellent. Thank you very much. And today we are very happy to have Ambassador Joep Durenvoort from the Kingdom of Netherlands as our panelist. So thanks for long waiting and thanks for your patience. So now the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nguyen. So I have to step in and apologize that my Director General could not be here directly online, but he gave a very nice message, I think. I will not say what's the most urgent. I think that's not up to me. But I think I would like to follow up on my colleague from Vietnam. Cooperation is really an important thing to tackle and to stand together. We see the South Korean regional strategic New Southern Policy. We didn't mention that yet. It has very many similarities with the recently adopted Netherlands and the EU strategy for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. And both these strategies articulate the fundamental point to base all efforts on partnerships based on mutual respect, inclusive for all nations who respect the established international rule of law and who are committed to the democratic rights and fundamental freedoms enshrined in the United Nations declarations. It's not because we see these as European or Western constructs, but because these values and principles are universal. We think that regional middle powers like South Korea and middle power regional communities like ASEAN and the European Union are to use all means available in the toolbox of the liberal international world order to ensure with that.
Definitely.
I would like to mention two examples. It was already mentioned, climate change, prevention, mitigation efforts. They may help prevent food crisis, displacement of large number of people. We heard it on Wednesday during this conference, how climate change can really cause security threats. The other example is cyber. Capacity building increases resilience and development of international governance. It builds framework for prevention and response. And the Netherlands, active in this Indo-Pacific region, including together with the Republic of Korea, organized a course on international law and cyberspace. So really to enhance capacity building and to make them aware. So that's why we see that efforts here in this Indo-Pacific region are very positive development. And we really would like to commend the Republic of Korea for its focus, also on non-traditional security threats in the New Southern Policy. And the Netherlands looks forward to work with partners such as the Republic of Korea to address these threats. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. Okay, so I'm just checking the technical issue. So our Japanese colleague, did you come back to the normal setting? Good.
Yes, I've come back. Thank you.
Okay. Welcome back again. All right. So so we will continue the Q&A session, and I will follow the same order. I will ask the Peter Jennings for the second remark. Mr. Jennings? Mr. Jennings? I'm somehow seems. Can you hear me, Mr. Jennings? It seems like there might be a little connection issue, but why don't we go for a little bit of reverse order? Why don't Mr. Jennings? No, still. Then why don't we this time go for the reverse order of inviting Mr. Yamato Taro up?
Lost your.
Okay. In this super digital world, I just received an analog message that a connection is unstable. So the staffs, please check the connection issues. And as you know, we are usually double and triple checking the issues, but Murphy's law is stronger than any kind of human activity. Something might happen at the last minute. What about Mr. Shao Yuanming? Mr. Shao? Mr. Shao Yuanming, are you online? So, Mr. Jennings or Mr. Yamato, Mr. Shao? Okay. Okay, hold on just 1 second. Thanks for the technical. Okay. 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 We are trying to retrieve the session, but also, so I hope we will find again those three prominent speakers. In the meantime, yep.
You said so.
So, you came back. Okay. So, Mr. Jennings, you're back too?
Yes, I am. Thanks, Professor.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. So, you know what? We are facing the pandemic crisis. We are facing climate change and all different kind of the hurdles, but the humankind, our security cooperation will handle the issues, okay? So, Mr. Jennings, so you got the earlier to summarize the version of question, what is the most urgent and most promising thing? So, shall we borrow your insight?
Thank you, Professor. Maybe the biggest problem we face is bandwidth, so we can all communicate with each other, actually. But I would say I think we now understand the solution to COVID. It's to get vaccine into people's arms, and so what we have with the pandemic is an implementation challenge, but we know the solution to it. For me, the most pressing problem is how do we stop the region from going to war inside the next 5 years within the first island chain. And here I think we have a tremendously difficult problem based on a failure of major powers to understand the intentions of other countries, and based on an absence of mechanisms to control the escalation of a conflict should one start. And so for me, the essence to solve that problem is to say, how do we build a more robust framework of deterrence inside the first island chain that prevents anyone from thinking that there is an advantage to be gained by pushing military conflict. That for me is the challenge of our lives, frankly. What's the most optimistic thing I can point to? I'm not naturally an optimistic person, I have to say, but I think there is optimism to be gained from the increasing cooperation which is now taking place between the democracies. So I think the rapidly growing strength of the Australia-Japan-US cooperative relationship is going to become a powerful driver of security in the Indo-Pacific. Beyond that, I think the arrival of the Quad, driven by heads of government level, has immense possibility. And then the next level out is a huge array of multilateral and minilateral cooperation that's taking place with countries within the region and countries external to the region. So I think it's very positive, for example, that the major European powers are becoming more invested in the security of the Asia Pacific. That can only be a positive. But to give you one small example, and then I'll finish, Australia just held defence talks with Indonesia just yesterday, which has led to an agreement that will see increased training of Indonesian military forces in Australia with the Australian Defence Force. That is a tremendous positive if we're able to build some strong closer relationships with our Indonesian friends. So that's probably the longer term solution to the dilemma that I've described, is how the democracies of the region and our friends outside the region will be able to work together along building practical defence cooperation, practical security cooperation. And we need to pick the pace up in doing that so we get faster and more effective more quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings. Indeed, certainly the perception, communication, and the basic notion of and also the governance issues will be the urgent agenda, and also the pessimistic side. But we are also having a growing number of minilateral, multilateral, and like-minded countries' cooperation. So certainly we do have homework, we do have challenges, but hope we are on the right track for moving forward. Okay, so next, shall I invite Mr. Shao Yuanming? Mr. Shao Yuanming, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To answer your question, I'd like to make 2 points. First, I think relevant countries, in particular big countries, how they make their national security strategy and policy. And the second, I think, is how to properly handle the China-US relationship, one of the most important relationship in the world. On the first point, I say that a country makes its national security strategy and policies based on its judgment of its security environment. If the country's understanding of some fundamental issues were deviated from facts, it would not only make mistakes in its national security strategy, but also have negative implications on regional security and stability. During the Cold War in the last century, there were a lot of bloc politics and spheres of influence. The Cold War thinking did not smooth relations among countries. Instead, it brought conflicts and tensions. Even today, some countries still follow the obsolete thinking of alliance, confrontation, and zero-sum game. They presume other countries' development based on their own experience and believe that a country will inevitably pursue hegemony as it grows strong. They stick to the unipolar system and building alliances and hope that the small group alliance system is the only way for Asia-Pacific security. They never stop worrying that other countries will establish new alliances to replace theirs. Therefore, they keep strengthening military presence in the Asia-Pacific and stir up frictions among regional countries through so-called strategic equilibrium and offshore balancing. I think facts have proved that such behaviors will only lead certain countries to go further down the wrong path without any benefits, undermine regional security and stability, and in the end, harm interests of regional countries. In recent years, China actively advocates a new model of partnership featuring dialogue and partnership instead of confrontation and alliance. We are committed to finding a new path of exchanges and among countries. China has no aggressive or hegemonic DNA. In history, China never invaded other countries. We do not believe that strong countries are bound to seek hegemony. On the contrary, we believe hegemonic countries will fall inevitably. China follows the path of peaceful development and is committed to conducting win-win cooperation with countries around the world. China's top priority remains national development. We will never follow the old path of a colonial expansion of traditional powers. We advocate dialogue and consultation and peaceful settlement of differences and disputes with other countries. We uphold that all countries should respect each other, treat each other as equals, and never seek spheres of influence. China actively develops global partnership, focuses on seeking more common interests with other countries, and promotes coordination and cooperation among major powers. We are committed to a win-win philosophy instead of a zero-sum game in traditional relations, and to build a community with a shared future for mankind. As security challenges grow more complicated and more severe, we need more than ever to establish a new security concept of common, comprehensive, cooperative, sustainable security and take a win-win security path built and shared by all. China believes in this idea and will be actively engaged in building a new type of security partnership featuring equality, mutual trust, and win-win cooperation, and strengthen exchanges and cooperation with the militaries of countries in the Asia-Pacific. China provides strong support to UN peacekeeping operations. We have sent more than 40,000 soldiers to 25 peacekeeping operations. China is the largest troop contributing country and the second largest funding contributor among P5 members. We have fully implemented our commitments at the 2015 UN Peacekeeping Summit. After the pandemic, the Chinese military provided assistance and experts to militaries of various countries, and will continue to do so. On the China-US relationship, I think many of you are highly interested in this topic. It is one of the most important relationship in the world. This morning, President Xi Jinping had a phone call with President Joe Biden, and the two heads of state had very candid, in-depth, and extensive strategic communication with each other on the relationship and other issues. President Xi emphasized that China and the United States, as the biggest developing and developed countries, must properly handle their relationship. And the future of the world actually also relies on the relationship of this relationship. Both countries and the world will gain from cooperation between the two countries and lose from confrontation between the two countries. And they said that the two sides should respect the core interests of each other, manage differences, prevent miscalculation and incidents, and to add more positive factor to the relationship. We believe the phone call set the course for the future China-US relationship. We believe that this relationship should be mutually beneficial and win-win instead of a zero-sum game. China-US antagonism will be harmful to both peoples and world peace and stability. Competition between countries can be benign and interactive, which can benefit both sides and realize common development. Competition does not necessarily mean a zero-sum game. However, China firmly opposes the practice of isolating, excluding, containing, and suppressing China under the disguise of competition. The truth is, China and the United States are two highly interdependent countries, and our interests are closely linked. The U.S. has been widely engaged in China's reform and opening up process. Today, the U.S. is China's largest trading partner, and China is its second largest holder of U.S. Treasury bonds. The trade between our two countries supports 2.6 million jobs in America. The success of China is of vital importance to the United States and vice versa. China will be more than happy to see the U.S. solve its own problems with its own strength rather than suppressing others or forcing others to take the pills. We would like to see the U.S. continues to be prosperous and strong and make a greater contribution to world peace and stability. I think China and the United States should take the responsibility to move forward. And on the issue of mankind's future, China and the United States need more than ever to coordinate and cooperate. Currently, China and the United States can strengthen cooperation in bilateral areas such as climate change, pandemic, and conflict prevention, economic recovery, and enhance communication on major international regional issues such as Korean Peninsula, Iranian nuclear issue, and Afghanistan, and strengthen coordination under the framework of the United Nations, and also to work together to find a way of peaceful coexistence, and also to explore cooperation in new areas to bring the China-US relationship back to a right track. I believe the answer to the China-US relationship is not a yes or no, and whether or not we should make it a success, but how we must make it a success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And lastly, I will invite again Mr. Yamato Taro for the second remark.
Okay, so two questions, urgent, promising. Okay, I think obviously both most urgent and promising themes for cooperation and themes to be resolved is, of course, this pandemic, because, you know, when it comes to war, if feuding parties say, hey, let's stop, the war stops. But you can't talk to these viruses that way. So, you know, this is obviously urgent, even, well, close to existential. And I think all in all, the world has exhibited solidarity in the face of this really something akin to existential threat. Admittedly, there are many competitive aspects to global response to this pandemic. So, well, there's a good chance that considerable amount of trust will be generated by this cooperation. Now let's get back to war. The problem about war is oftentimes these antagonists will never say, "Hey, let's stop." And I echo Peter, Mr. Jennings, mark that. Well, in certain cases, we need to restore deterrence. We need to do, remedial things so that we will not see armed conflagration. Forcing, within the first island chain or elsewhere. So yes, that is also urgent because, war is something that human beings cause and instigate. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yamato Taro. Okay, so once again, I'm astonished by the insightful comments to prioritize what is the most urgent and most promising area. And also same time, the panelists mention all in common the necessity to build more trust and confidence and to avoid the zero-sum competition. And for that, a number of common challenges like pandemic, climate change, and establishing rule of law, all those agenda will require bilateral and also regional and global multilateral schemes. Well, this cannot be done on all at once in one day. It is a process, but certainly I hope today's discussion would contribute to our next step forward for the regional stability and peace. On that note, I wrap up the plenary session too. Thank you very much for your participation and your warm attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Why don't we give all the panelists and the moderator a big round of applause? Yes, and it was also meaningful to be joined by such large group by online as well. My apologies. Well, it was a great opportunity for us to create a census on the what are the common threats and also how are we going to cooperate further for the security. At 3:30, we will be having the plenary session number 3, Global Public Health Crises and Development of Civil-Military Response Relations. So please stay tuned and we will be back at 3:30 with the plenary session number 3. Thank you very much. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to carry on with the plenary session number 3. As we are to begin the third plenary session, may I ask all the participants to now take their seats. Please take your seats and use the receivers to listen to the interpretation service. Please fix the channel to number 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. And those who are joining us online can click to the language that they want to listen to through our YouTube channel, Ministry of National Defense, Republic of Korea. Once again, as we are to begin, may I ask all the participants to now take their seats. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. We're now going to begin the plenary session number 3 entitled Global Public Health Crises and Development of Civil-Military Relations. Those who want to listen to the interpretation service, please use the receivers that has been placed on your desk. Channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. Well, at this session, we will be able to discuss the best practices of the civil-military cooperation and also envision a cooperative relationship in order to explore the ways to contribute to the global public health security. So as the moderator, we're very delighted to have President Oh Young-ju of Institute of Foreign Affairs and National Security, Korea National Diplomatic Agency, to serve as the moderator for us. So please, moderator, go on with the session.
Thank you. Thank you very much for such a kind introduction. So good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, depending on where you are. As introduced, my name is Young-ju. I'm so delighted and honored to moderate this session, the last session of the Seoul Defense Dialogue 2021. I would first like to welcome you all watching this session virtually and also attending here in person. In these sessions, we are going to discuss the global health crisis and the development of civil-military relations with very distinguished and fantastic panelists. So let me first introduce them in a very brief manner. Actually, we have 5 panelists for this session, and I'm going to start with the 3 panelists who are joining us via online from Europe. First, I'm so pleased to have General Johannes Bacchus, Director of Healthcare Planning, Control and Management, Bundeswehr Medical Service Headquarters of the Federal Republic of Germany. Thank you very much for your precious time, General Bacchus. The next panelist I'm going to introduce is the Dr. Jennifer Cole from UK. She is currently a research fellow in antimicrobial resistance at the Royal Holloway, University of London. I welcome you, Dr. Cole. And also I'm so glad to introduce the next panelist, who is Ms. Paraskevi Mitchell, Director General for European Civil Protection and Humanitarian Aid Operation of European Union. She joins us from Brussels. Thank you very much for your precious time, Director General. Now I move on to the two panelists who are here with us in person here in Korea. First, we have Dr. David Majlish. He is presently head of the ICRC mission in Seoul. He is also the licensed mediator and attorney specializing in international humanitarian law. The last but not least, Dr. Yoon-tae Kim from Korea. He is the president of Korea Institute of Defense Analysis. Before taking the current capacity, he also served as the Deputy Minister for Defense Reform at the Korean Ministry of the National Defense. I would like to welcome you all to this dialogue and appreciate for your precious time. In particular, my special thanks go to the three panelists from Europe. They are participating here virtually early in the morning in their time. Thank you very much for that. As you see, we have very diverse group of the experts for these discussions. I do believe that we are really, enriched by their vast knowledges and also experiences on the topic in front of us. I'm looking forward to very, thought-provoking discussions. Before we get started, I would like to say a few words on the rationale of this panel. Actually, as you are all aware, COVID-19 experience is a kind of dominant issue for national governments as well as international organizations for the past and this year as well. And facing such an unprecedented level of the enormous challenges, many countries have used their own armed forces to augment civilian health capacity. Direct, indirect engagement of the military in national COVID-19 responses have led to a kind of increase in policy and practice linking military and the health sectors at the domestic level. While I believe there are some differences, unique aspects actually to the each country's national response, I also believe that there are some similarities between countries which need thorough study and analysis in order to inform lessons for human security, health security policy in general, and also for the civil-military relations in future public health emergencies. So the COVID-19 pandemic also stands as kind of a critical moment in presence of military in global health sector, global health crisis. Indeed, I do believe that the COVID-19 experiences has raised broader question of whether, if and when the military has a play in global health crisis. So against this backdrop, we are going to explore in this session the very cooperative, efficient civil-military relations in dealing with the public health crisis at the local as well as global level. So with this, I would like to start our conversation. Actually, as I understand, the organizer of this session already sent out 3 basic framing questions to all the panelists. So basically, I would like to use these 3 questions, so that we're going to have 3 rounds of discussions based upon these questions, and that I will give 5 minutes to each panelist to respond his, her, the comment on that specific 3 questions. I will try to modify a little bit the discussions to have more focused, the discussion. So after completing 3 rounds of discussions, I try to have the interactive discussion among panelists based upon some points, arguments raised throughout our conversation. So with this, I would like to start my first question. Okay, so actually, I would first like to get each panelist view on the role of military in responding to health crisis at the domestic level, with the specific references to the COVID-19. I would be appreciated if you share your own countries and the organization's experience and or lessons learned in responding to COVID-19 in terms of civil-military relations. For this question, I would like to invite General Bacchus as our first speaker, and then which will be followed by the intervention of the Dr. Ko and President Kim, Director General Micho, and the Dr. Majorlisi in that order. On that understanding, I would like to invite General Bacchus. You have the screen, General.
First of all, a very warm welcome from Germany, and thank you very much for your warm introduction. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this question. To describe possible changes, it is, first of all, important to define the current role and identity. For that, let me please focus on the health service support of the military. The military's health service support is there to maintain the health of the force, of the soldiers, the servicemen, and the servicewomen. Therefore, we put a lot of emphasis on force health protection as well as on medical treatment, so we called it the medical support on the battlefield. This is the first role. So force health protection, which includes preventive and tropical medicine, has already a lot to do with communicable diseases. Furthermore, it is the military's task to have capabilities to cope with chemical, biological, radiological, or nuclear threats. And this is not limited to the military threats, it is also a question for the whole population. So the German Bundeswehr Medical Service has 3 internationally high recognized research institutes on CBRN threats. So that means we have a lot of expertise also in biosecurity. That led to the fact that our Military Research Institute of Microbiology was one of the first laboratories in Europe that having sequenced the SARS-CoV-2. Within a national and international health crisis, the military health service can contribute to the response, but also beforehand to the surveillance. Interlinking between the civilian and the military health system also leads to the exchange of knowledge in order to improve preparedness. Not to forget, we always have to maintain our ongoing missions in the international crisis management all over the world. So a health crisis must not lead to withdrawing soldiers from the missions, but always having the best possible health support in place to managing medical challenges has to be our main goal as military medical service, which also shows that health is an important and critical factor in military. In conclusion to my shortly briefing here, health security requires health in all policies. So being prepared for global health crisis requires a comprehensive approach for response and capability building too. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, General Bacchus. Actually, you generally, describe the military-civil relations in your country, but since the 5 minutes will be given to each panelist to respond to one questions, so I hope that you can, visit again the specific experience the Germany has had on the responding to COVID-19 in terms of the military engagement in your country's response to the civil military, the COVID-19. So I understand that the Germany has also, the military, the Bundeswehr has a very intensive, engagement in the COVID-19 responses, like a vaccine, the initiative, something like that. So maybe you can talk about your own experience in your response to my second question. With this, I would like to invite Dr. Ko for your response. Also, I would like to have the UK's experience in utilizing the military sources. What kind of implications you can draw from that kind of experience? Thank you. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And again, thank you very much for inviting me here. It's great I would have loved to be in Korea in person, but that's not possible, unfortunately. But what I'd really like to say is this is something at RUSI that we started to think about around about 10 years ago when I did a piece for the RUSI Journal called Defense Without an Enemy, which was really looking at what were the threats of the 21st century likely to be and how would they change from what we'd known in the past. And largely, as we've heard, one of the things that we saw as being the real threats of the 21st century is that they would not be traditional war-fighting threats. They were more likely to come from climate change and severe weather events, particularly perhaps around flooding or drought that caused large numbers of displacements, whether those were temporary or permanent, that would bring with them a need for a lot more humanitarian actions. And also, we identified infectious disease within that as a potential threat. And as we've heard previously, what this really does is it gives the world common goals rather than common enemies. We need to actually start working together because these are threats that then they don't come from a malicious actor in terms of another nation. They're not from countries that are trying to invade us or to trying to take over our resources. They're from nature, and they don't respect borders. And if we don't work together for those, we're not going to beat them. So one of the things that I think we have to think about of the military is actually kind of what is the military for? And traditionally, the military has always been for defense. And that if we're looking at what we defend, it needs a different type, perhaps, of military or of organizations to create the defense that we need. And that very much involves more cooperation and also cooperation against traditional enemies. One thing that we've seen very much during COVID is a tendency to both other the actions of people we don't traditionally see as our allies. So in the early days of the pandemic, we see a lot of media condemnation of human rights in China. We see a lot of reporting of the way that China is responding to the pandemic being quite brutal. They're locking people in houses. The military are patrolling the streets. But because we look at China in a certain way and we look at them as not part of our usual suite of allies, we tended to see that as China reacting in a way that was wrong, whereas actually what we've seen as we go through is actually that very hard lockdown and that very, very strong restrictions are actually a way to close down the pandemic very quickly. And if we look at the timeline of the pandemic, we see that there were 3 months basically for the rest of the world to act between January and March 2020, but we didn't. And I think that's actually something we have to think very strongly about as we go forward, of how we actually look at the countries that haven't traditionally been our allies and how we look at their behaviours and how we learn from those rather than always jumping to the conclusion that they are the enemy and they're acting in a way that isn't appropriate. So that's certainly something that I would say to begin with. I think what we need to look at in terms of the military that comes into that then is what does the military do well that is appropriate to this new environment, and what may the military need to adapt and perhaps adopt some new processes. And certainly what we know that the military does do very well is logistics and, for instance, infrastructure building. So if you look at the UK and the things that the military has been active in within the UK, it has been, for instance, staffing the Nightingale hospitals. It has been working with logistics, making sure that deliveries happen, both in terms of actually driving things around, but also the coordination of where things need to be when, in terms of both people and supplies. And those are, and certainly the command and control of those, the logistics of very large-scale operations, are skills that sit very well within the military and sit very well within a military organisation. What we found in the past is that because the military has standardised equipment, it has standardised protocols, and that with NATO is across Europe, it's not just within the UK, individual members of the military can go very easily from one place to another and immediately slot in to the way that the system is working. They don't necessarily need to be introduced to the management structure or the organisational structure or how equipment works. They can do that very quickly. So what we really have, I think, in the military is we have the right set of skills, but perhaps at the moment not always looking at the right thing they're used for, and that may need a bit of a change in the way that we train. So I think there is already quite a lot of training for humanitarian assistance and humanitarian events, but I think perhaps making that a little bit more on, I would say, kind of the support side, again, rather than the security side. Some of these events don't necessarily need to be securitized. And perhaps thinking about how you help the vulnerable people within a community to do their shopping or to deal with their day-to-day activities during lockdown is more important than how you think about patrolling the streets. So I think there needs to be perhaps a rethink of how some of the military operates in those kind of long-term, particularly, events. We don't tend to, certainly in the UK, exercise for events that go on for months and months and months. It tends to be kind of short exercises, 2 or 3 days. And actually looking how those operations are maintained, not just for the military, but for all of the organisations they work with, I think is necessary. And I think also thinking about how they differ. We heard previously about the military is very good at CBRN, but there's a huge, huge difference between responding to a pandemic and responding to a biological attack. And one of the most important things with that is that with a pandemic, the medics and the soldiers and whoever else is operating in that environment generally has to work and remain and stay within what in a biological attack would be called the hot zone. Most of the biological training in the military is more about how to fight through the hot zone and to get out of it as quickly as possible. And that's a very different type of training. How we look at the risk appetite of putting people into those environments and perhaps leaving them in there for a long time, I think is important. And one of the other things that I think is going to be a growing role for the military is surveillance skills in the online environment. And so particularly with COVID-19, I think perhaps one thing the military, again, is more of a standard defence role, but perhaps looking in different environments they had before, is to find and locate hostile actors. And we have definitely seen quite a lot of them within COVID-19, and that's from people who are trying to sell fake cures to people who are trying to spread propaganda. And I think that it's again, a military intelligence role that the public sector probably haven't picked up on the need for enough as it can yet, but the skills for it sit very much within the military. So those are the main things I would point to is, and really to sum up, the need to move to operating environments where there is not a traditional enemy, some of which will involve operating with nations we have seen as traditional enemies, but in a new environment. Thinking about the skills that the military has and which are applicable to the new environment and which need to adapt and change, and particularly thinking about that in terms of the online environment with the surveillance skills and also the technological skills that the military has. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kerr, for such a very comprehensive presentation. You touch upon the related issues from your angle. The changing, context that we are facing in terms of the role of a military, because the nature of a threat has been changing, as you mentioned. So the military has their own the capacity, which can be well utilized in coping against this kind of larger scale of the health crisis. But I just wonder that what kind of specific legal system or framework or financial arrangement in UK in utilizing the military resources when you have the unprecedented this kind of crisis, so you have very well coordinated military engagement right now. So maybe you can expand a little bit at that point when you come back to the second question. Thank you very much for that. Now I would like to invite the EU Director, the DG Mitchell, for her response. The EU has its own guideline, as I know, the military civil relations, and you might have many things to share with us. Thank you. You have the floor, 5 minutes.
Good morning from Brussels. I cannot speak about a specific country. I will speak about Europe.
Definitely.
And exactly our role is this added value to what each member state has and does and did also during the COVID, but also how we used the civil and the military cooperation. As you know, I'm leading a DG, a Director General, who has two angles. One is the crisis coordination and the civil protection, and the other is the humanitarian operations. And therefore, during the pandemic in particular, but not only, we have been using, and in the past as well, and I will refer to that, our cooperation and our excellent working arrangements between us as EU, as a Commission, but also with member states. And the member states play a very big role. During the pandemic, we have been ourselves assisting member states using also member states, other member states, the way to provide assistance on mobile, on for example, medical equipment, which is procured by us, but moved to countries that they had in need by this mechanism that we have of solidarity between member states. So this mechanism, the civil protection mechanism, works like us being the motto and seeing where there is a need in a member state after a request, and we act when this need be via another member state or member states. We used military in many cases to transport equipment, medical equipment, when and in areas, in cases where we didn't have commercial flights, for example. And we were being asked to provide, to use the military when we had to respond to an international call for mobilization of military assets in support of the United Nations World Food Programme. And there we had, of course, this is, as I say, is a last resort using the military assets, but our cooperation is also based on a memorandum of understanding, and also we have those engagements put in paper, how we can use that. But from the same time, I want to say that military does not become the default first responder to help in health emergencies and epidemics, but it is rather to support us and to support the civilian efforts. In other words, responses should remain, to our view, civilian-led, and when needed, military supported. Coordination plays a very big role, so adequate coordination needs to be established in advance and at the very beginning of any response. The importance and the content. For us, it's extremely important to be prepared. And be prepared means also not only us as EU at EU level, but also to use as much as possible regional approach. And if the military capabilities in national disaster, when we have a national disaster and a national authority needs to deal with, in health, we need to address the differences between regions, understand what is happening, see the models, and work in a way that we can complement, if needed, by other capacities, the gaps that we find. So, for all our relevant actors, there is also a better to understand what military capabilities can be offered in an event of an outbreak, for example. Which conditions these contributions, under which conditions these contributions can and should be made. And as I said before, this for us is the last resort to use military assets and how this will be realized. Beyond high readiness field hospitals and all other military medical capabilities, non-healthcare capabilities of the military, such as engineering, logistics, it was said before, and lift, may also prove, and have been proved in particular, very important. And finally, there will be always black swan events that could not be anticipated. And, but the hotspots are known, and information sharing as much as possible, combined with the understanding of capabilities, can, through the preparedness and through training and exercises, create a more predictable system. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the DG Mitchell. Actually, you share with us the EU's basic position on the civil-military relations. Also, you stress that the importance of the civil first and the civilian first, and the military should be considered as a last resort to this kind of large scale, the crisis. Also, you stress the importance of the very context-specific evaluation, as well as the importance of the role of the training education in order to coordinate the relationship between the military and civilian actors. I think it's a really important point. But we came to realize that even, I fully agree with your point that the response, the health crisis response should be done first by civilian capacity. But throughout this whole COVID-19 crisis, we came to know that there is a certain gap, in dealing with this kind of unprecedented large-scale crisis. So, in order to, the coordination and also improving the coordination between military and civilian actors. Also, we have to think about how to boost civilian health capacity, in terms of the civil-military relations. So maybe we can talk about those kind of issues in our second and third round discussions. With this, I would like to invite a Korean expert, President Kim. You can share with us the Korea's experience as well in coping against the COVID-19, utilizing military resources, also your own view on the rising military role in public health emergencies. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Well, during the first round, the first question that was raised was related to the Korean situation. How did Korea respond to COVID-19 in terms of the military role? There is much to talk about, but the second round of questions is related to the civil-military relations. So I will touch upon that in the second question. So during this round, I would like to talk about the identity of the military and the role of the military concerning the outbreak of non-traditional crisis. Many people have already spoken on this topic. Dr. Cole has mentioned this as well. COVID-19 played a pivotal role in the changes of the roles and identity of the military, many people say. Up until now, the military existed to protect the people. This was protection against external threats. But now, because of the pandemic and because of non-traditional threats such as cyber attacks and terrorism, we now need to include these non-traditional threats into the realm of military activities, and therefore that actually translates into a change in the identity of the military. The understanding of these non-traditional threats change the understanding of the identity of the military that started to change after the Cold War era. In the case of Korea, the non-traditional security threats, should they be a mission for the military? Yes, according to the actual definition of military action in Korea. But we need to make sure that we have capacity building, and for the traditional security threats first, and added to that, we also need to think about the non-traditional security threats. Up until now, the latter had been thought to be an add-on to the role of the military. But with COVID-19, we see the urgency of these non-traditional security threats. And so now we have the need for non-traditional security threats to be mainstreamed into the identity of the military. Now we need to make an effort to make sure that we build capacity for both the traditional and non-traditional security threats alike. So that is the biggest change in the identity of the military. I know time is very restricted, but I would also like to add that there are many motivations behind the change of this identity of the military. Of course, COVID-19 did serve as a trigger, but we also have to take a look at the big picture. Very quickly, I would like to take a look at 5 factors. First, the most important is that non-traditional security threats are deepening ever more than before. Due to climate change, we see the aggravation of natural disasters. We see that they are becoming more frequent as well. The society that we live in is becoming a hyper-connected society, and therefore we are more vulnerable to not only pandemics such as COVID-19, but also cyber threats and other non-traditional security threats. COVID-19 became a trigger that made this quite evident. So we need to think about the 9/11 terrorist attack that took 3,000 lives. And so ever since 9/11, we see that the U.S. military role has come to mainstream non-traditional security threats along with the traditional security threats. And so COVID-19 will naturally cause a change in the identity of the military. Second, another reason behind the change in the military identity is because the military is the nation's only professional armed forces group. And so we have high level of expertise to respond to serious levels of non-traditional security threats because it has integrity and consistency, especially for emergency situations. So before the civilian networks are set up, the military will already be ready as professionals to respond to emergencies. Third, I would also like to mention that although there might be differences between nations, with the establishment of a civilian control system for the military based on democratic political systems, the negative perception of the military's social role in peacetime has been generally improved. In the case of Korea, if we take a look at recent survey results, 70% of the Korean people have agreed to military social role at peacetimes. Fourth, in terms of military readiness posture and operational capabilities, response to non-traditional security threats has become ever more important. Non-traditional security threats, including infectious diseases, have a direct impact on the readiness posture, which includes military exercise, troop reinforcement, and sustainability. And as we have also heard during this session, when there are gray zone or hybrid warfare, we will see that the distinction between military and non-military threats will become more and more ambiguous. And if we take a look at the war scenario for the Korean Peninsula, we see that the scenario will start with a mixture of military and non-military threats if a war to break out on the Korean Peninsula. Lastly, the expansion of the military's active role in response to non-traditional security threats proposes sufficient deterrence and response to the immediate military threat. If we take a look at the international security structure, many countries satisfy this condition. And in the case of the Republic of Korea, the expansion of the military's roles in response to non-traditional security threats is based on our full confidence in responding to our main threat, which is the North Korean military threat. And so that leaves us room to add our identity for non-traditional security threats. That will be all for the first round. Thank you.
President Kim, you generally stressed the changing role of the military, responding to the many the non-traditional security threat, not only the public health issues we are not discussing about here, but also the other non-security threats such as the cybersecurity, the hybrid welfare, all those things. So as you mentioned that because of those kind of changing nature of conflict and threat, security threats, the many countries, they pay attention to growing role of the military. So when you come back to the second questions, I hope that you can share with us the Korea's experience in terms of civil-military relations, in particular responding to the COVID-19 case. Now I would like to invite Dr. Majolis as our last speaker for first questions. So the ICRC is not the country, so you cannot have any kind of specific, the views on the national response of the military-civil relations. But anyway, as from the angle of the humanitarian agencies, maybe you have a lot of things to say. Also, how do you see that many countries, using our military resources in combating to COVID-19? So what kind of issues should be stressed in that process from the humanitarian agencies' angle? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have the advantage of going last, which allows me as well to respond to many of my colleague and fellow panelists' observations. And I would just like to say that I will try my best to represent my own agency, but then I've been asked to represent perhaps a sector as well. And just to complicate matters, which I think I'm known for doing, it will be multiple sectors, because when we're talking about transnational crises of the nature that we're addressing, we have to acknowledge the deep institutional complexity of the number of factors and actors involved. And we speak of aid as though it's unitary, as if humanitarian agencies are all the same, or if intergovernmental agencies all answer to the same set of frameworks, or if NGOs at the domestic level do. And we all know that in practice this gets incredibly murky and very difficult very quickly because of the different frameworks. So in reference to some of the things that have been said before, I just have to reiterate, hopefully it's not a banality, but to say that context matters, that the difference between working in peacetime as a humanitarian agency with members of the armed forces or collective coordination mechanisms at national or transnational level is a very different animal than working in the context of an armed conflict. And it's a different animal from working in a conflict zone that's afflicted by natural disaster simultaneously. So as much as I'd like to say that we're entering in an era of peace and transformation, I don't know if that's historically factual or not, but it nevertheless is the case that we will encounter these coordination problems in real time, in real context, in which the culture and the coordination challenges that we face are exceedingly difficult. And by that, I mean to emphasize that the ICRC, which has been active in the operational space in armed conflict for over 150 years, is quite familiar in working with armed forces. It's in our DNA as representatives of or working for the protection and assistance of victims of armed conflict. Our partner agencies in the Red Cross movement work in pandemic or work in other natural disaster environments, but there's an incredibly dense institutional culture there. And you see, just the slide that I've asked to be put up here represents the different levels of coordination platforms. And the challenge that this raises is not just an academic exercise, because the different agencies will seek different coordination mechanisms. And while there are certain militaries in the world, and I'm quite honored to share a panel with the general, who can bring perhaps the German experience of working as a coordinated agency in certain environments. I think it's during the Ebola crisis they might be able to speak to that. Most militaries in the world will not accept to be coordinated by civil society organizations or NGOs, nor will the ICRC, for that matter, be coordinated by a national platform or a United Nations intergovernmental agency coordination mechanism. But we do have to work alongside or with respect to the different national military or non-military coordination platforms that exist. What this means is that if we bring to our initial concept of the role and identity of the armed forces in a medical emergency that we're describing, or a pandemic, or any other transnational non-traditional threat, is that we're importing as well, I fear, a bit of an ideology that is not respectful of the different constitutional systems that exist, of the different sovereign governments that may have different ways of coordinating the problems that they face, and may not be so welcoming to an entire alphabet soup of international organizations and NGOs and humanitarian do-gooders, such as myself or the ICRC, or the other militaries that are involved in a transnational military-to-military coordination problem. And we have to be aware of that because of the difference in culture, because of the difference in vocabulary, and the difference in languages. As I said, not many militaries around the world will want to be coordinated by humanitarians, and I can guarantee you that many of the humanitarians, including very experienced, very professional humanitarians, do not know the difference between a corporal and a captain, or do not know the difference between a battalion and a brigade. And that's a very critical point when it comes to the difficulty of breaking through that coordination barrier. On practical matters, I want to say that the skill sets that have been identified are very critical. It's very easy to point to the logistic capacities of the armed forces. Some people have mentioned the intelligence capacities, which are very impressive. I don't know of a single humanitarian agency that has demolitions experts, or can conduct a cordon operation, or can do the active search and rescue using vertical lift, because we just don't have the helicopters. So it's more than logistics. I think the actual structures of the armed forces are extremely valuable when they are called upon by either the international community or their national governments to act in a pandemic situation or a transnational, non-traditional security threat. I think that's the limit of my time. I have much more to say, and I look forward to the next question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In particular, presenting us with such a diagram which well captured how all the humanitarian and the military actors work together in the crisis of the humanitarian crisis, including the health crisis. Thank you very much for that. And then, now I'll turn to my second question. Actually, my question is not identical with the original questions, which was already distributed to your side. So, since in order to have very focused conversations, please, try to respond to my specific questions. And so, now, as all, the panelists stressed, the COVID-19 experiences have highlighted the increasing role of the military in public health, and this experience, I believe, will definitely influence the future local and global civil-military relations. In this light, I would like to ask for each panelist insight into possible pathways for closer integration of civil-military relations in preparing for public health emergencies. What specific measures should be addressed and taken for effective and cooperative civil-military relations in the health sector? This is my specific question. But in the process of responding to these questions, you can respond to other speakers' point if necessary, so we can have a very interactive discussion. Okay, so now I'd like to invite DG Mitchell first, and then Dr. Majlish, Dr. Kaur, and General Bacchus, and the President Kim will be invited in that order. On that understanding, I would like to give floor to DG Mitchell. You have the floor.
Thank you. Well, I have to say that I agree with previous speaker about the context. We need to speak always about how we need to be involved, and we need to also involve and to have a robust, a solid needs assessment process before we engage in this coordination, in this cooperation. We need to have a preparedness phase to avoid that we have surprises exposed on all of this cooperation that we will work with and the arrangements. And I spoke before, and I think that it was highlighted also by what was said before, that we need to have training and to know not only what is the civil and the military, but also to work with international organizations and NGOs. And I don't speak theoretically, I speak in practice. We have many examples where we have worked together, where we have made in practice this cooperation happen and deliver. So there are cases where we can step up and we can boost, and the COVID experience showed us, and we have been already increased capacities on the civilian side, but we are also know that we need to have an integrated approach and work with the military.
We still have the problem here, so I can clearly hear remarks. DG Mitchell, can you hear me? Excuse. DG Mitchell, can you hear me? So this is the world of the webinar. So what happened? We still have any technical problem here, or please give me a guidance on how I can proceed with this technical difficulties. It seems that she cannot hear me clearly, so I cannot stop her to. Not stop her because she cannot hear me, so I cannot, interrupt her. Actually, we have the problem. The other two speakers, the Dr. Kaur, can you hear me clearly? Dr. Kaur, can you hear me clearly? How about General Bacchus, can you hear me? No, the all three speakers, have some problem connecting to us. So please check it out, and could you send some text message to them so they can recognize what kind of situation we are in right now? General Bacchus? General Bacchus? No. So please cut off why don't you contact the Dr. Mitchell first, and I will continue with the two experts here in Seoul, and then we can continue our discussions, waiting for some arrangement to have her again. Okay? So, okay, so now, DG Mitchell, can you hear me right now? If they cannot be following the old, discussions, we cannot continue our conversation. So, okay.
Did you hear me? Did you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear right now, but we lost most of your interventions because of the technical problem. Right now, you can hear me? So
yes, I do.
Yeah, I heard that you should leave around the 4:45, is right? So I will give you the floor again after we have the one round of the conversations from other colleagues. Now I would like to invite the Dr. Maislish for your response to my second question.
Yes, thank you very much. And I look forward to hearing the remarks that were just made. I very much look forward to that. I'd like to pick up on a thread that I introduced in my last remarks to answer your question and speak about the importance of the proper legal frameworks and how that will structure the ideal relationship between different armed forces and different humanitarian agencies and the ICRC in particular. This is not just a frameworks question for the purposes of giving lawyers more work to do, which of course as a lawyer I'm always appreciative of, but it is specifically to give guidance and precise guidance to commanders in the field so that they are not caught out, for instance, in using the tools of the armed forces in ways that would put them in very direct legal trouble. I mean, the use of force in certain contexts is extremely problematic. In other contexts is, of course, conducted within the framework of the rules of the law of war or the international humanitarian law. So the legal context is, of course, an important one, and I think that starts and that points to where the relationship begins, not who is necessarily in the conversation, but at what point in a transnational pandemic or non-traditional security threat do we need to begin the conversation about coordination. And I think that points as well to another aspect of one of the things I was trying to illustrate in my first remarks, and that is that the armed forces work according, as I understand it, according to the constitutions and the rules of their sovereign states. Therefore, I think it's important for us to ask this question not only about the armed forces, but what is the relationship between the states when they coordinate with each other and when they coordinate with the humanitarian sector. Specifically, what I'm referring to is that an all-of-government approach to disaster response or an all-of-government approach to pandemic response met in a transnational environment has to include within it not only the policy-level discussions about which frameworks apply or who will do what, etc., but it has to have at an operational, tactical, and I would even say strategic level of mission planning, an integrated concept of what civil-military relations will look like. And I do have a second slide, if we can put it up, which will allow us to illustrate what I mean by this all-of-government approach. I understand they are involved in the technical side of repairing the audio, so perhaps we won't see the slide. I think that clear mission structure and clear mission statement and design allows as well armed forces to have a precise idea of where their value added is. It is not only in the logistics capacity, but I think we can, in my experience, safely say that most armed forces that are working in transnational, non-traditional security response are not comfortable necessarily with delivering assistance outside of the wire. This is not what they're necessarily designed to do. They don't necessarily do it as well as they would like to, and there are other agencies that are there to do it. So we refer to this in the biz as somehow the cookie, truck, and bridge problem of military response in disaster relief, and I think it applies as well to the transnational pandemic relief. And that refers, I think, to identifying where not only are the needs met by the additional actor of an armed force with their capacities and their concepts, but also where are they specifically less value? Where do they bring negative value or coordination error, coordination problems, especially given the potential for misunderstanding or the reality that the soft power projection capacity of armed forces into a transnational, non-traditional security response will always be an element in terms of the acceptance of the beneficiary population. This is especially true in areas where there is conflict or a history of conflict or post-conflict environment, the so-called complex emergencies in which there's a natural disaster, an armed conflict, and perhaps a pandemic at the same time. And this is something that we simply can't avoid. There is no pure white hat. I don't think the humanitarians wear a pure white hat. I don't want to create an us and them kind of dialogue, but we have to be aware that the perception of armed forces delivering humanitarian services does bring with it a political connotation that can raise increasing coordination and security problems, not only for the humanitarian community and not only for the armed forces themselves, but for the beneficiary population, especially in areas that are facing civil strife or conflict or other forms of violence. And with that, I would say, and we have to talk about this a little bit more and a little bit further, that the normal set of operations that are described in a transnational operation of the type we're discussing really focus on material assistance in the form of medicine or in the form of food or shelter or relief. And this, I think, from the very beginning, at the political phase, at the strategic planning phase, as you see on the chart that I put up on the slide there, that this has to integrate not only the civil-military relations concepts and the legal concepts in which it is bound, but the protection of the civilian population concepts that are familiar to armed forces in the rules of the laws of war, or the international humanitarian law, as we call it by the Geneva Convention's names, but also in terms of the disaster response, the pandemic response, or the other non-traditional uses of or missions other than war. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing all those informations, in particularly the humanitarian law-related issues, and when you talk about the civil-military relations at the global level. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Kaur. Yeah, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you. One of the things I'd like to go back to particularly is when you mentioned the local and the global and the pathways for integration for public health emergencies. You may be aware that in the UK we have a structure called Local Resilience Forums, which come under the UK Civil Contingencies Act, which is really the government act that controls or that coordinates how we respond to civil emergencies. The Local Resilience Forums are a really good coordination structure. They basically sit within regions of the UK, and they are a coordination group that includes the local chief of police, the local chief of the fire service, the local chief of the ambulance service, the NHS, electricity companies, utilities such as water services, and the military also sit on those. And the Local Resilience Forum both plans for civil emergencies, whatever they may be, and it takes a very broad approach, and it also exercises regularly, although perhaps not as regularly as it could, to deal with those emergencies. And then what that means is when the emergency actually happens, all of the key actors know each other already. And they know each other in terms of personality, they're used to working together, they know what the briefing structure will be, they know what equipment they have, and also most importantly, they know what equipment they don't have. And that came up again. And I think that's really important. And some of the things where that's shown real value in the past is that the local resilience forums, they will tend to have a military, there's normally a colonel who is the head of that military cell, but the liaison officers under them, who then go down to the sub-regional level, so wards within a town or smaller areas within a region, they're quite often military reserves rather than full-time military. And one of the almost unexpected advantages of that when it was set up is that because they are double-hatted, they are military and civilians, they understand both sides very, very well. And they also have very good reach back into local businesses, local communities, and they know their local area very well. And just to give you some of the examples where that has worked excellently is during the 7/7 bombing, when there weren't enough ambulances to take the victims from the tube station where the bomb attack had happened to the hospital. One of the liaison team of the London military cell was actually one of the coordinators for London Transport. And she was able to arrange buses that could pick up the less seriously wounded victims and take them very quickly to hospital. Now, that's actually something, that local knowledge only comes from that kind of structure. If it had been from a military base to the local authorities, it wouldn't have been there in that way. So that has a real advantage to the structure. There is also a little bit of a downside to that as well, which is then, to what extent are you expected to help out? Do people know you? Do they expect more than there is? And perhaps a downside example of that is when there was flooding in Cumbria and the bridge was washed away, which involved then would be a very large round trip, about 60 miles between one side of the town and the other. The military were able to put in very quickly an engineering bridge that allowed people to move across the river. That was intended to be a temporary structure, which the military wanted back when the other bridge was rebuilt. What had happened is, in the process of building that bridge, a police officer in the region had been washed away and killed by the floods. The temporary bridge was named in his honour, and the community were then very loath to give it up. They wanted that to stay as a memorial. So actually, some of those, how you both embed with the local communities, and then how you how you retreat from that local community afterwards, can be really difficult issues sometimes. And I think that is where the military, the financing and the legal aspects of that need to actually be looked at in more detail as we go forward, and we see more and more of those events happening. So I think in the UK we have a very good structure, and it's a very good model that can perhaps be examined and adopted by other countries. There are some things around that, I think, particularly as if that kind of assistance becomes more business as usual rather than extreme events. And I think that's really one of the things where there's more work to be done in the future.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Koh. Now I would like to invite General Bacchus for your responses. And also you may share with us the Germany's experience in coping against the COVID-19, utilizing military resources.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. So the speakers before pick up a lot of facts and figures. And so let me start at first with our first really deep experience in a comprehensive approach with GOs, NGOs in a biological disaster scenario. So yes, it was the Ebola scenario, and it was the first time after 1945 the German military service, and here especially the medical military service, served the German Red Cross in a very specific way, in a voluntary mission in order to educate, trained, prepared, and doing the medical treatment in this Ebola scenario. We went therefore to Liberia. And so it had shown at that time that there is a need for coming very close together and put all our capabilities and also our knowledge together. And one of the most deeply impressions we have made was that really the structure and the structurized doing, and also the sustainable, reliable, and flexible action of military services is one of the key points what we can do into such a comprehensive approach. And so it is one of the first steps. So let me also say from the German perspective, we had to differentiate between the national and the international response. And so for the German military, we as a collective defense force and are not primarily responsible for disaster response within Germany. But if there is a need and if there is a question for, and the federal states ask for help, we will do it in a subsidiarity way. So this is what also COVID-19 shows us, that there was a really need in Germany, but also as a response help, I would say, for Germany to international partners. So since the COVID-19 pandemic is the first ever health crisis, in our opinion, of such a dimension, the civilian health system wasn't not self-sustainable after such a long time. And so the civil-military cooperation in such a long-lasting health crisis varies from laboratory capabilities and also health specialists to medical supplies. To make some example you asked for. So at first I will start, we served with helping hands, we called it, for containment procedures. So we supported our local health departments in order to look for infected persons, and so at a high crisis moment, there were so lot infected diseases, the incidence factor was so high that there was a need for a lot of helping hands. Our public healthcare system wasn't able to serve, and so this was one of the most points the armed forces helped with this specific, educated and trained persons. And so the medical service serves these training programs. So they developed it and then they do it. So then we also serve with clinical and laboratory capacities. In the first question, I talked a little bit about our microbiological laboratories. And so they are really involved in a comprehensive approach with the Charité, our most famous system in Berlin, and with the Robert Koch Institute and also the Paul-Ehrlich Institute. So we sent also medical specialists to some military hospitals where the anesthesiologists, the nurses and so were also ill, and in order to keep a medical treatment ongoing. So one of the impressive things, and we are still ongoing this, are the vaccination campaigns. So we served in 3 vaccination campaigns: to vaccinate the own troops, to vaccinate all what is doing with governmental branches. So there we vaccinate the complete personnel of the government. And also we vaccinate in public vaccination centers in order to support the civil system. You talked and mentioned it before, the logistical assistance. So this was also a main part of the military armed forces that you really said it, are keen on doing that. And the most point is we are sustainable to do it. So about a long period of time. And then we support with a lot of medical materials, supplies, ventilators, and something like that. So these are some examples to show you what the medical service of the Bundeswehr and also the armed forces did in the last, I would say, 18 months. So within the international humanitarian arena, it is important to act within the recommendations of the international community to gain the best possible impact out of civil-military-private partnerships. So to come up to the second part of the question, what we have to pay attention for. So in our opinion, there should be a local surveillance also in rural areas. And we have also for that special capabilities we have for, so this is our medical intelligence system in Munich, and this is really keen on serving all facts and figures also for the armed forces, but also for the governmental parties to give them information about specific questions in medical health crisis. So we should pay attention for availability of trained health specialists, and that not only in the bigger cities, and they should have intercultural competences. This is also very needful. We had learned it in Ebola. So storage, but also production sites for essential medical supplies. It was one of the first big bad stories in the very first beginning of the COVID pandemic, that we haven't have enough equipment in the military system, also not then in the civil system. So, and then adequate communication, education, and confidence. So regardless of the health service, military could also support with its cyber and information domain capabilities. Military could counter fake news, provide radio and TV channels, or print handouts. So we've done it also. And the impact of this civil-military win-win is as high as possible if it's planned and trained before and therefore needs standardized federal and state regulations. So thank you.
Thank you very much, General Bacchus. Since the DG Mitchell should leave us in 3 minutes, so this is my suggestion that with the kind understanding of President Kim, so I would like to invite first the DG Mitchell for her, the summarizing some takeaways from our conversations, what kind of message you wanted to deliver for the future civil-military relations at the local as well as global level. So you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for this availability given to me. You can hear me, I hope?
Yes, we can hear.
Yes. So and I'm feeling very sorry that I have to leave, but I have been in an urgency to go. So the European Union promotes the coordination between civilian and military actors in emergencies. We have been also put this into our communication. So it is very clear what we are looking for. Now, I want also to stress that under the global health cluster, because we're speaking about COVID, which is led by the World Health Organization, and we all should aim to contribute to the best of our capacity. Our end goal should be to make our societies and states more resilient and capable of responding to current and future needs. If this approach is effectively combined with more and other long-term support, it may eventually help towards capacity building. And the military, to my view, should also play its role towards the same direction whenever it's needed and whenever is asked to contribute. I want to thank again for this opportunity and for very rich debate. And thank you very much for inviting me. I hope that you will have, and I wish to have a good continuation of the event. Bye-bye, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Micho. Thank you very much for your very insightful contribution to our discussions. I hope to see you in person on another occasion. Thank you. Now, we have only, 15 minutes left. So I have the remaining one more questions that is related to the COVID-19's impact on the military role at the global humanitarian and health crisis. So many, already speakers touch upon the global aspects of the COVID-19 in terms of the role of the military in their responses to the first and second question. So I do like to have the one more round of the discussions, and you can, the response to my third question, or you can make best use of your remaining time to summarize your takeaways from our discussions, the message you wanted to deliver for the very cooperative and efficient civil-military relations in particular. So I just wonder that how do you see that any associated risk in rising role of the military in this humanitarian sector, the Dr. Majorisi and the DG Mitchell already slightly touch upon the principles of the humanitarian, the activities. So how can the humanitarian, the role, the law of humanitarian assistance and the legal system at the global level, as well as some guidance and value, the framework, how it can be well compatible with the rising role of the military in this the non-traditional security sector at the global level. That's what I heard from all the the experts as a last response. With this, I would first like to invite Dr. Kim for his response. I just want to give you 3 minutes, okay?
I'll try my best.
예,
저는
Well, concerning the second question, or concerning the first question, I still have some statements to make. Well, in the Republic of Korea, I would like to share how we responded to COVID-19. Well, first of all, it seems that overall, given the COVID situation, we need to take a look at the civil-military relations. I think we can think about 3 different formats. First is the format utilized by Korea. As many people have mentioned, the civilians will lead the response with the minimal supplementation of the military. And then we can take a look at the civilian and military leading together. And the last would be the military leading, such as the Philippines. I believe that US and the UK would be the second format. In the case of Korea, we had the military role upon the request of the civilian sector, especially during the initial stages of COVID-19. before there was the full setup of the civilian capabilities, there were many requests made to the military, which then enabled the military to play a significant role. Especially in the first 7 months, we had about 3,500 military personnel participating, providing 4,000 beds, and we also provided about 35,000 personnel for administrative purposes. And so we can see that that was indeed a considerable support provided by the military in the initial months. And we also created a fast response team within the military. In the case of Korea, we divided the nation into 5 zones, and for each of the zones, we had 5 groups designated to provide the necessary services, and that system was indeed quite successful. So, of course, there was support provided by the military upon the request of the civilian sector, with the civilian sector leading the response. But because of the significant role played by the military, we were quite welcomed by the people. Concerning the second question, given this situation, not only do we foresee that there will be many non-traditional security threats in the future, what do we need to prepare on the military side? The first thing that I would like to mention is that we need to think about the role of the military, not the role that we have played thus far, but what will be the role that the military can play in these non-traditional security threats. Well, in Europe, we heard that this is perceived very well, but in Korea, we need to take a look at what the military can support. For example, if there's an outbreak of an infectious disease, what should be the role of the military? We need to distinguish the role that can be played by the military so that in future crises, such as natural disasters, we can prepare for that. And depending on the type of threat, for example, is it natural disasters, is it cyber attacks, is it infectious diseases, we need to take a look at the role of the military for each type of crisis before the crisis happens. And we also need to take a look at what the civilian sector and the military sector can do together. We need to take a look at the roles and responsibilities of each sector before a crisis happens. And after we define the roles of each sector, then as many people do, fill these gaps. What I would like to emphasize at this point in time is that we need to have a system through which the civilian-military relations can find information together. We need to have this Shift-Fi system so that there is confirmed communication structures in place. And we also need to have training and education bringing the civilians and military together. Of course, we would also need budgetary support for these necessary preparations.
Such a very comprehensive presentations touch upon the all relevant elements, in order to improve the coordination between civil and military facing some non-traditional security threat. Thank you very much for that. Now I would like to invite the doctor for her last remarks, your takeaways. Thank you. 3 minutes.
I'll try to keep it short. I completely agree with everything the previous 2 speakers have said. I think they're all really important points. The one thing I would add is I think we may need to think more about international cooperation, and again, international cooperation with nations we may not always agree with, and that's not only borders. And one thing that we can do there is look to large events such as the Olympics and the Football World Cup. I think these actually offer great opportunities to look at how we work with both the civilian and the military agencies in those countries. The military and civilian agencies usually have a joint role in those events. And so they're great training grounds for actually thinking about how we set up some of those coordinating abilities and how we actually understand about how we can work in frameworks that are slightly different from our own. I'm not sure if you can still hear me at the other end, I'm afraid. It's my video and audio seems to have dropped out. If you could let me know in the chat if you could still hear me.
I can hear you clear. Don't worry, you go ahead. Can you hear me? Doctor, you can now hear me? So we have another technical problem. Can I invite, for the time being, can I invite the general practice?
I seem to have dropped out, I'm afraid.
Now I can hear you. Okay, so it seems that we have the problem of connecting Dr. Koh here. So now I would like to invite the General Bacchus for his last words, and then I will give floor again to the Dr. Koh when the old problem is solved. Okay, Dr. Bacchus, General Bacchus, can you hear me? You have the floor. No? Okay, so we're waiting for the technical arrangement for two speakers from Europe. Now I would like to invite Dr. Majorlich for your last words, your takeaways.
Thank you very much. I will be very brief. We are all familiar with the experience of the global response to the Ebola outbreak in Guinea. Mm-hmm. And we are all probably aware of the fact that at some point during the pandemic emergency of the Ebola, the global response transformed from a medical response to a threat to peace and security. Mm-hmm. I think this is a very illustrative moment in the development of the international cooperation that was being referred to before the audio problem. But what is much less well known about that experience was that it was MSF, the Médecins Sans Frontières, or in English you say Doctors Without Borders, and the ICRC that collectively approached the Security Council to pressure the states and the P5 to declare this a threat to global peace and security. I think this is an extraordinary moment where we can see a transformation in the humanitarian relationship to global governance structures, particularly those that are triggered by the existence of a threat to peace and security, the military structures, and our expectations of a global coordinated response in an effective way to a transnational threat of a non-traditional nature. I want to point that out because it is so difficult, I think, for people to imagine that the most independent organizations in the humanitarian space, the ICRC and MSF, were those who were responsible for approaching to ask specifically for the militaries of the world to take their role in containing the deadly pandemic of Ebola. This, to me, is a very clear example of where we appreciate your role. And we ask, not in return, it's not quid pro quo, but I think it's just the natural order of things that the neutral, independent, and impartial humanitarian space that we provide is also respected when it's appropriate to do so. Now, as I said before in some of my remarks, and I'll mention again, the context matters. In the case of Ebola, as is the case with COVID, it is affecting both countries at peacetime, in peace, countries that are suffering from chronic poverty or chronic underdevelopment or chronic social problems, and those countries that are facing war or post-conflict environments. So in each of these, we need to be able to be nuanced, we need to be able to cooperate, we need to be able to accept the differences in culture and vocabulary that interfere with our coordination efforts, and we need to know that it's going to be difficult, and we're going to keep working to try and get it better next time. I'll leave with one of my favorite sayings, which is, try again, fail better. Hopefully that we learn from our mistakes, we draw lessons from them, and we apply them to the next coordination and effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Majorlish, for their last comments. As you mentioned, that the very context-specific approach is really needed, to embrace the military role in this humanitarian sector. I fully agree with that. I don't know whether we have, the old technical problem is gone. I would like to invite Dr. Kaur. Could you hear me, Dr. Kaur? General Bacchus?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me again now?
Just can you conclude your remarks in 1 minute? You're already at 5 o'clock here in Seoul time.
Yeah, I'm not sure at what point I dropped out, but I think really the only other thing I have to add is I think there are large international events such as the Olympics and the Football World Cup that I think offer real opportunities for countries to learn to work together and to learn a little bit about their structures. The military are nearly always involved in those in some way, helping out with the planning and some of the security arrangements. And I think they offer real opportunities. And I completely appreciate the role of Médecins Sans Frontières pushing the UN Security Council to declare this a peace and security issue. But I think that always goes to this is going to become business as usual. This environment isn't going to be something that we need to kind of change how we look at it in the moment. I think this is now the 21st century. And so how we actually work together with the UN Security Council, the World Health Organization, UNESCO, Médecins Sans Frontières, Oxfam, all of the other organizations, I think the game has changed. I really have. And I don't think we can kind of see this as one event and go back to the way it was before. We need to be creating a new operating environment that will take us through the rest of the 21st century.
Thank you. Thank you very much. General Bacchus, your last word. Could you conclude that in 1 minute, given the time constraint? I'm really sorry for that.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was realized that I should get one minute only, but that's not a problem. So the speakers before collect all the facts and the figures to this point. But let me stress out one special part. And this is the relation between healthcare, global health, and security. And I think these factors are very, very close together. So health and security correlate, for example, through the multiplying effects of acute public health emergency on state fragility and the destabilization effects of ineffective and or overwhelmed healthcare systems. So a bad health situation could trigger, for example, riots, spill over the other fields of governance, or increase the spread of diseases. And the COVID-19 pandemic had shown all these facts in all over the world. And so each country who are affected by COVID-19 showed in one or more all these parts. And so this is one of the main points we should figure out, that we just only are able to deal with it if we have a really comprehensive approach in between all our capabilities, and the military part is one of them. And so we should have not so much care about the origin position of military. So yes, it is an instrument for a politician to deter or to interrupt in an efficient way. But in such crises like disasters or pandemic or something like that, we can play really a good role in order to stabilize situations. So I think the minute is over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your such a last word. And just take us to the conclusion of our discussion. I'm really sorry for some technical difficulties we have had throughout our discussion, but I believe that it doesn't prevent us having very fruitful conversations on this very important and critical agenda in front of us. So throughout the discussions, I came to realize that we need a thorough study and a further analysis on the role of the military based upon our experience of the COVID-19. It should definitely will give us some implications for our national resilience and the civil-military relations, also the global health security. So having said that, I do believe that our conversation today will definitely contribute to the follow-up conversations on other occasions as excellent input. On that point, I really appreciated all the panelists for their insightful and very constructive contributions to the topic. And then I hope that we can see each other in person on other occasions and continue this valuable conversation. With this, I would like to conclude our last session of the Seoul Defense Dialogue. I really would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer, the Korean Ministry of National Defense, for having this kind of opportunity for us. And then with this, I would like to conclude this one. All the participants stay safe and well. They turn to the mic to our MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Why don't we give our moderator and the panelists a big round of applause? Thank you very much. And also our special thank goes to our viewers online for tuning in and also the participants on site. Well, that was the last session prepared at SDD. However, we will be beginning the closing ceremony as soon as the stage is ready. So do not go too far, but stay with us for the ceremony. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests of 2021 SDD, we are about to carry on with our closing ceremony. So, all the participants, may I ask you to now enter the hall and be seated. We will be beginning the closing ceremony in a short while, so may I ask all the participants to now take their seats. Of course, along the ceremony, we will be providing the simultaneous interpretation. Fix the receivers placed on your desk to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. Once again, channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. As the ceremony is about to begin, please take your seats. Thank you very much. 잠시 후 2021 서울 안보대
We are just about to start the closing ceremony of the 2021 SDD. Please come inside and take your seats. We are just about to start the closing ceremony. Please come inside and take your seats. Simultaneous interpretation is being provided. Please utilize the receivers on your tables. Channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. Channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. We are just about to start the closing ceremony. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Minister of National Defense, Republic of Korea is now entering the hall. Please greet him with a big round of applause. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 2021 Seoul Defense Dialogue, the closing ceremony with me, Shin Ji-ye, as your MC. Well, I hope that the 3 days here with us was very fruitful and meaningful, as the dialogue has endeavored to collect the wisdoms and insights from the defense officers, as well as the security officers from all around the world. Now, to begin our closing ceremony, let us first look back to what we have done during the 3 days. So we have prepared a video clip. Let's watch it through the screen.
지난 10년 동안 서울 안보대화는 명실공히 영내 권위 있는 다자안보 대화처로서의 위상을
While watching the video, I think there were all moments that we all can personally relate even more. And despite of the time and the space limitation, we were able to find out through the video that indeed the 2021 Seoul Defense Dialogue was heated with discussions for a better future. So if you agree with me, please give the SDD a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Now moving on, we have the Vice Minister Park Jae-min of National Defense Republic of Korea to deliver his closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Vice Minister with a big round of applause.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to close the 10th Seoul Defense Dialogue. I am very pleased that this year's Seoul Defense Dialogue has been held successfully thanks to the participation and support of so many people despite the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to express my gratitude to all the panel members who have taken their time out of their busy schedule. I would also like to mention that there were so many government, military officials and security experts from many countries around the world who participated via online despite the time differences. At this year's Seoul Defense Dialogue, we were able to discuss the emerging security threats that the international community is faced with and find ways to overcome such threats through multilateral cooperation. In the plenary session number 1, the current government officials and scholars were able to gather their wisdom together to overcome the current challenges on the Korean Peninsula to achieve denuclearization and permanent peace. And the participants reached a common understanding that we need peace on the Korean Peninsula for global peace, and also we need to improve the inter-Korean relations based on dialogue and cooperation. And in the following sessions, the participants discussed key global security issues such as regional stability in the Asia-Pacific, global cooperation between civil and military organizations for global health crises, and promoting cooperation in the cyberspace. Also, it is very meaningful that the Seoul Defense Dialogue dealt with climate change as a new and important non-traditional security threat for the first time. Also, we had a special dialogue where we looked back on the 10 years of history of Seoul Defense Dialogue, and we were able to find ways to further improve this platform. And I very much look forward to future Seoul Defense Dialogues. Ladies and gentlemen, for the past 3 days, we were able to reaffirm our commitment and passion for multilateral cooperation to overcome transboundary issues. Our past history tells us that we are all very closely connected, and we can only overcome the pending challenges through cooperation. This means that the global society has to come together based on solidarity and cooperation. We need to work together to overcome numerous challenges to open an era of sustainable peace. The Seoul Defense Dialogue will continue to serve as a close communication platform to contribute to global peace and prosperity. We have celebrated the 10th anniversary. I would like to express my thanks to all the participants who are joining us online and offline. With this, we are closing the Seoul Defense Dialogue for 2021. Thank you very much for your effort and your hard work. And I sincerely hope that I will be able to see all of you offline here in Seoul. I continue to ask for your support and interest in Seoul Defense Dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister, for the closing remarks. Well, as the Vice Minister has mentioned, this year was indeed important for SDD as we have been continued for a decade. And despite the limitations faced by the pandemic, we were able to successfully hold SDD once again this year thanks to the meticulous preparation as well as the strict compliance with the government's quarantine measures. We pondered upon the last 10 years and also made the prospects for the future. In that sense, I believe that 2021 Seoul Defense Dialogue is meaningful in many ways. And SDD gives a firm promise that we will continue to improve the platform in order to welcome everybody to join our journey. And as we look forward to being back next year with more advanced sessions, the 10th Seoul Defense Dialogue thanks all the participants online and offline. And we truly hope that under better circumstances, we will be able to meet in Seoul and have face-to-face discussions. With that, we conclude 2021 Seoul Defense Dialogue. Until now, I was your MC Shin Ji-ye. Well, until next time, goodbye.